Carson City School District Board of Trustees meeting. At this time, we're going to go ahead and call the board workshop to order. This will be the first on the agenda. The rest of the agenda will be taking place at 6 p.m. So at this time, we have a roundtable discussion among board members and staff addressing the following topic for discussion only, no action. This is a presentation and discussion regarding the general fund, Summer School Fund, and Gifts and Donations Fund in the Carson City School District, presented by Spencer Woodward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. As you know, this will be our final workshop, at least at the level of detail that we've gone into all of the funds. I'm going over the final 3 funds that we haven't covered in our previous workshops. I have a couple of smaller funds that we'll start out with. First one is our Summer School Fund. As a way of information, the last couple of years, this fund has been mostly idle as summer school costs have been covered by ESSER funds. We don't anticipate that this year, and we've budgeted accordingly, where funds from this are generally transferred from the general fund. So if you look at our worksheet here, we'll quickly go over some of the expenditures, and the bulk of this is for salary and benefits of $131,000. The difference here is this does not cover any one position, one full-time equivalency. It is all based off extra duty or extra hours performed by many employees who cover summer school. We're required to have an administrative member there, nurse there, and then of course instructors and paraprofessionals. And so that $131,000 covers mostly salary and a little bit of benefits, because for these individuals, there's not PERS cost for this because it's extra above and beyond their full-time equivalent positions. On top of that, we also budget $73,800 for supplies as needed for summer school. For a total amount of $205,000, I believe last year that was pretty close to what we spent out of multiple funding sources to cover our summer school expenditures. The revenues of where this comes from, we had some funds sitting there that were unspent from the COVID years. So the opening fund balance of $180,000 was already transferred from the general fund a couple years prior, and it's just been sitting there waiting for its opportunity to shine, which will be this summer. And then to cover our needs that we've anticipated, we're transferring $25,000 from the general fund for a total of $205,000. This is one of those funds where we budget to spend everything that we have in there. If we don't spend everything totally that we have, then we would reduce that transfer from the general fund. We can leave like we did a couple of years ago. We would just leave an amount here that would reduce next year's transfer from the general fund. Any questions so far?
Yeah, so, and how I'd like to do this is we'll go one fund, ask the questions, go the next fund, and ask the questions, and then if we have questions that address the overall budget, we'll go down the line as well. Okay? So yes, I do have a question. So you said that we had funds coming in from the SR fund, and we no longer will have that, is that correct?
Yeah, ESSER funds have all been expended now. September 30th, more or less, was the deadline for spending those. So this upcoming summer, those funds are not available to us anymore. The last couple of years, that has 100% covered our summer school costs.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, summer school is used for students who didn't take advantage of going to school or taking advantage of a regular school year, correct?
You could say that. There are certainly some students that probably didn't maximize their potential during the school year.
So they're given a second
reasons.
chance through summer school?
Yes, they have an opportunity to typically earn credits, or credit recovery is often what it's referred to.
So why wouldn't we be charging them? Why shouldn't they pay for summer school? We don't do that?
We could in the past. A lot of times, if students are free and reduced, we don't charge them, so there still would be some costs involved. We have charged for some tuition in the past. It's typically a small amount, and we still would have costs very similar to what we budgeted for.
Okay, just would like to take note then for public. I do think that if we continue to go in the spending that we do, I think it would be something that we should look at too in the future. That if this is a second chance for them, they didn't take, the opportunity, the first chance that they were given. in a regular school year. And if they want to graduate, we may want to look at having them pay for summer school. Any other questions? Go ahead,
I
Trustee
do.
Ramirez.
Are we required to offer summer school?
That's an excellent question from the funding side. I'm not sure that we are. I do know that it would leave a gap in education with some of our students, especially if we're trying to get them to graduate with our cohorts. It would severely put us behind in keeping our graduation rates where we want them to be. So that's why we have offered that, is because it's beneficial for our students and does give them that opportunity to stay on track and graduate with their cohorts.
Trustee Roberts?
Yeah, what is the timeline? Is this like throughout the summer? Is this a program that could be shortened down to save on some funding?
It's a 4-week time period during the summer, so to get it much shorter would probably start to lose some return on investment to shorten it and still have students be able to learn what they need to learn.
Okay, and is this just, are we strictly talking high school?
Secondary levels,
So middle and high
middle and
school?
high.
And what are the benefits to having that at middle school? Because you just talked about, graduation and such.
That's able to keep those 8th graders on track so that they're able to advance to high school. That's the majority of our middle school students are those that need to get a couple more credits to be able to start high school the next year instead of being held back for a year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, please continue.
All righty, moving on. Next fund here is our gifts and donations fund. And as you can see, we don't have any salary and benefits that are covered out of this, although this is one of those that as funds become available, we could transfer those funds from like purchase services to salary and benefits if we did receive a gift or a donation that was to cover a salary specifically. Not very common that we do have something like that. Typically, it is in the case of, hey, here's $10,000 towards summer school. And then that would be a case where that would be managed through this fund, but it could be, the budget authority could be transferred to gifts and donations. We've budgeted a total of $328,000. And again, something to think of, this is a budgeted number, so we don't necessarily always receive that total amount of, if you look at the revenues, we budgeted for various donations of $200,000. We don't necessarily always receive that amount, but we guess a little bit high that we're going to receive that and in turn spend it, so that if we do get a large donation, we don't need to come and augment this and go through the entire process that takes. And that number is kind of where we've set just based off historical gifts that we've received that would be operated through this fund. The majority of what we do get for this goes to supplies. We have a lot of community partners who give gifts. A couple I can think of off the top of my head, certainly not exhaustive. The Dolan Class Project goes through here. We receive funds from Carson City Toyota that is managed through this. And a lot of private donations. We have some private donors who don't wish to be named, who will give money to either certain schools, and then we manage that through here, or if they just give it at our discretion, then we can allocate that to school supplies where we see fit. So a lot of what this is, we have some funds, and sometimes we'll get a gift for funds that isn't always spent in 1 year. So that's why we would have an open fund balance in this. We started with $128,000. And again, a lot of these we receive gifts that are earmarked for certain things. So we wish to honor the giver's wishes the best we can and keep track of that from one fiscal year to the next. So again, a lot of that is, we might receive $1,500 for school supplies for a specific classroom or grade, and they might only spend $1,200. There'd be $300 residual that would be in that opening fund balance. So this is tracked by project, and our grants department does a wonderful job of keeping track of all of those, so that if someone comes and asks us, hey, how was my donation spent? We have very good records to be able to do that. Again, salary and benefits is pretty rare to be spent out of this fund. Typically, it's for supplies or specific items that the donors request us to use it for.
So at the end of the day, it's restricted funds,
Yes.
not unrestricted. So we wouldn't be able to pull $328,000 and say we want it to go to salaries and benefits. It is restricted to a specific project?
Restricted typically by the donor's wishes. So
Okay.
it could be the kind of thing we go and say, hey, could we reallocate this? Or if there might be kind of a statute of limitations, if you will, if we've had something that's been there for 10 years and is kind of defunct, sometimes we'll repurpose that. But again, typically, for the most part, it stays with what the donors wish it to be used for.
Okay, and then how often, I mean, do you know, like, are we aggressive at going and trying to seek donations?
I would say aggressive might be a little bit too strong of a term for us. We're as proactive as we can be with the resources we have. You know, if we had a full-time person dedicated to that, I'm certain we could drum up some more resources, but we don't have the funds to do that, to support someone that could do that. Our grants department does do a lot of solicitation. We do receive quite a few. We've got some good community partners that have been ongoing donors, and we really work to maintain those relationships with them.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Spencer. We'll move on to the general fund.
All righty, thank you. As you know, general fund is the largest and most diverse fund. Given that we only have about 20 minutes to talk about this, I've kept this in the same format as we've done with all the rest of the funds. I recognize it might not get to the level of detail that you're hoping, but we can kind of go through this and it will be a great starting point and might be something that gives you a request for future information that we can provide. And as you mentioned, you know, our funds in the 200s are typically more restrictive. Our general fund is the least restrictive. We can't break the law with it, but we do have a lot more leeway in determining how and it's spent, and you as board members give us direction in utilization of the general fund. So I know that this sheet is flip-flop. I'm going to go ahead and start with the revenues, even though they're at the bottom. So if you look in that blue section, this shows the total amount of resources that we have available. We have local sources of 1.1 million. The bulk of that comes from earnings on investments for our ending fund balance that is invested according to NRS. And then federal sources, we get a small amount of federal sources that do go to the general fund. Again, anything that we get federally is going to be allocated and sourced through Fund 280. There's a few exceptions to that totals up to this. Some of that amount is we're allowed to charge a small amount of overhead for overseeing general fund or federally funded grants, and that offsets the cost of the general fund. For example, myself, our grants department, people that oversee and do some work towards that, we're able to charge a small amount of indirect costs is the term that they use. That's what makes up the bulk of that $155,000. And then, of course, the lion's share of our revenue comes from the PCFP. I knew that if I can't think of what that acronym stands for, probably 98% of the people in here do. Pupil-centered funding plan. I knew it would come to me if I monologued for a minute there. That's where the majority of our funding comes from. It's all rolled into that at the state level and then divvied out to us on a per pupil basis, and that's $79.5 million. Again, that amount is exactly tied to our daily enrollment, and that can go up or down depending on what our enrollment does throughout the year. And then, of course, our opening fund balance, as we discussed with our audit at the last board meeting, $18 million was our audited ending fund balance. So at the end of FY25, which becomes our opening fund balance for this year. So all that told together, that's $98.9 million available to us. If you look at the totals of the budget, we have 86.3 budgeted, meaning we didn't budget everything we have available. By statute, we can't budget to less than 4% of the ending fund balance, so there's at least 4% there. We haven't budgeted down to that amount for several years, as we have a very healthy ending fund balance. I'm going to go ahead and go up to the expenditures. Are there any questions regarding revenues prior to me digging into that?
Any question? No, thank you.
All righty. As with all of our expenditures, the bulk of what we spend is on our personnel. General fund is no exception to that. So of that total of $86 million that we've budgeted, from the general fund, 65 million is salary and benefits. And I've broken that down by our full-time equivalents for our certified staff, our classified staff, and our administration and executive staff. So for our certified staff, it's 300, just shy of 370 full-time equivalencies. That is a decimal number because some of those positions are split funded with grant funds. That includes 25 kindergarten teachers, 131 elementary teachers, and 178 secondary teachers, and other certified of 35.14, which includes interventionists, counselors, librarians, RNs, technology integration specialists, and our TOSAs, I think is a pretty exhaustive list there of those that are in that other category. So again, that's just shy of 370 people that we have budgeted for. This number might not be quite exactly today how many people we have in those positions because there could be a few vacancies. It also might be a few reduced from what we've actually budgeted for. It's between our actual and our budgeted, that 369 positions. So that's our certified staff. Our salary and benefits for our classified staff, we have 200 full-time equivalent positions there. And that includes a wide variety of employees. It includes our accountants, our folks in fiscal services, administrative assistants, both in the district office and at the sites, bus drivers, campus supervisors, clinical aides, clinical procedure nurse, custodians, distance ed assistants, our groundskeepers, HR analysts, IT technicians. There's 2 or 3 positions underneath that. Librarians, library techs, maintenance folks, mechanics, parapros, warehouse, and a couple of others in there. And so that's 200 full-time positions there, or full-time equivalencies in our classified staff funded out of the general fund. And then salary and benefits for administration and executive, that's 44 full-time equivalencies. Site administration, which would be principals, assistant principals, vice principals, or deans, there's 25 of those folks between our 10 schools. And then our executive positions, there's 19. That's from the superintendent, the chief officers, directors, and managers. And all told, that's $65 million for salary and benefits. Just kind of as a way of reference, that's 612 full-time equivalents for general fund. We have about 970 full-time equivalents district-wide, so there's about 358 funded from grant or other sources. Any questions for salary and benefits? All righty, just gonna scroll this down here. Whoa, sorry, not. So the other categories, and again, this kind of follows the format of the state budgeting form that we use. So we have our professional services, which this could be anything from softwares can be in here, district council is in here, our audit is in here. Those are some of the examples of the professional services that are in that amount. And that's 3.8 million district-wide.
I do have a question on that one.
Okay.
Because I know when you brought up the special education, and we do supplement, the general fund does supplement some of the special education fund. Is that here?
That wouldn't be there. If we get down about 4 lines to transfers out, we'll be right there. So this would be if it's specifically paid for out of the general fund. If it's something that's 100% covered out of for special ed,
Right.
we would pay for it out of Fund 250 and then would include it in transfers from the general fund if there weren't sufficient special education dollars to cover it.
Yeah, so because when we got the special education, if my memory is correct, we were close to a little over $500,000 is supplemented, and I could be wrong though, okay, but let's just say an amount was supplemented from the general fund. Could it be possibly salary and benefits, or how would we know where it's coming from?
So it's transferred to the special education fund, and then in the special education fund, it's allocated via salaries or benefits or programs and services. So that's where that level of detail of the spending would take place in the special education fund. And then it's simply shown as a transfer out from the general fund because as the state collects their data, we don't want it to show up in 2 places that we spent salary in the general fund and then salary in the special education fund. So it's a single line item of a transfer out of the general fund, and then all that detail happens in the special education fund.
Okay, so it would be on the transfer out then.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. And I know we only have like 10 minutes, so, and I know we have some general questions to do with that as well. So if we can go just a little bit quicker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, like I say, covering the salary and benefits, that's about 85% of our spending, so we spent more time on that. These other items, so program materials and supplies, this is everything from classroom supplies, pencils, erasers, glue, paper, chalk, if we still have chalkboards, I don't think we do, dry erase markers, et cetera. Those type of things are in there, but there's also, this can include like scholastic materials, if we have publications there, a very wide range. It also would include the curriculum items in there. So that's 5.2 million for the year. Equipment is any purchase of an item that's greater than $5,000 in value. The majority of this is budgeted for bus purchases. That's slightly less than what it would take to purchase 2 buses at this point. But again, there's a couple other smaller things in there. We haven't budgeted for a lot of large things this year. We're in pretty good shape for that. Dues, fees, and miscellaneous. A large part of what this is our carry forward. Each site, we allow them carry amount forward from the previous year, and that's budgeted for as a miscellaneous. And then they typically will move that budget authority to where they're spending it. If they're spending it in supplies, or if they're buying a special software for their second graders, then they would transfer that to there. But that's where it lives in our budget. So just shy of 500,000 of that is our carry forward. And then we have a few small expenditures in that category. Next line item is our transfers out, and that's 10.1 million. And that's transferred from the general fund to all of our funds. So the bulk of that, as you were alluding to earlier, is our transfer to our special education fund, which is 9.2 million, just shy of that. We transfer about 600,000 to at-risk fund, 190,000 to the GATE fund, and 120,000 to the EL fund, and then $25,000 to the summer school fund. So those all total out as the 10.1 million of transfers out. And as mentioned, we're working to reduce that transfer to the special education fund by making sure that we still check all the boxes we need to and provide all the services we need to in the most efficient manner, in hopes to reduce that transfer for FY27. So the final thing on there is the contingency of $1 million that we budget as a just-in-case scenario. We don't spend that unless we come to the board and say, hey, we would like to use the contingency funds on this, and this is the reason why. I believe the last 6 or 7 years, we have not used any contingency funding, but it's a budgeted item there. So that totals our expenditures of 86.3 million compared to our revenues of 98.9, which includes our opening fund balance. And that leaves us with a net surplus. And I apologize, I probably should have changed the way this is described, because this is actually shows a deficit budget. This probably would be more accurately described as our ending fund balance, is what that 12.6 million is as budgeted. Keep in mind the last 4 years and more, we have not spent everything we budgeted, and our ending fund balance has ended up higher than the budgeted amount, including last year. Any questions?
Yes. So, so what we are looking at is our open fund balance minus the expenditures it's approximately 5.5 million. And is that what we were told that it was going to?
That is our, if you remember in all our budget presentations, we talk about our taxation deficit. That 5.5 is the taxation deficit. We focus more on our structural deficit, which is that taxation deficit minus our contingency and minus our carry forward, which the two of those is typically about 1.5 million, which brings us really roughly to that 3.5 million deficit, budgeted deficit.
3.5, okay. All right. So this lines up with our last meeting, that if we continue to spend at a 3.5 deficit in 4 years, we'll be at a 0 balance.
Correct.
And we will, yeah, so it's 3, or I think we did it, it was like 3 and a 3/4 year, we're going to be at 0 balance if we continue to do the spending as we are now. So just wanted to give you all heads up on that. Okay, so the other question, though, that I have as well is, for the general fund, I mean, I know at the next meeting or the meeting after that, you'll be presenting us with a 3-inch packet of the budget. and we'll be asked to approve the budget moving forward. So when I asked for these workshops, the reason being is, one, to provide us with education on each of those funds. Okay, where is the money? What is it being used for? The other reason then is for us then as trustees to be able to look and say, here it is, here's the general fund. When we're going to vote on that budget, we can then look and say, where can cuts be made? Or where are cuts being made? And that's where I think, as an informed board, is the questions that we need to be asking, is exactly, specifically where are those cuts being made? And so I know this is a lot and a lot to digest, because it is for me as well. And so I think when you're presenting the budget, how I would like to see it moving forward is really kind of giving us a cover sheet, or maybe it might take 3 sheets of where exactly the cuts are being made. I know that when we spoke about the special education, we asked that transfer out be reduced from the 9.1 million. And I believe we asked for a lot of it to be reduced out of that. It's kind of like if it's not a necessity, then if it's not by NRS, we really need to look at it and say, keep that in, that transfer out a whole lot lower than that. Summer school, you just brought up as well. Maybe we look at tuition, to keep it as well. If it's going to keep, I think what we're all forced with up here, if it's going to keep people in the classrooms, student-facing, that's what we need to be concentrating on. However, I don't want to control it. We got 3 minutes. Were there any additional questions?
No, out of the general fund, we make several transfers out, right? Nutrition is one that we have to usually transfer out.
We have, our nutrition has a surplus and ending fund balance that has covered the transfer out for last year. It should cover this year, and depending on where things end up, it may cover or partially cover next year.
But
So-
so the public understands, in the past, we've had to transfer money into the nutrition. It's not a self-funded thing. So-
Typically, we have had to supplement that with general fund dollars, so.
And I know we don't have much time, but out of this general fund, under the salaries, how much of that goes towards the PERS system?
As a very rough general rule of thumb, you could say that approximately, probably about 32% of that amount would be PERS. So if you look at the 65 million that we have budgeted here, roughly 32%. The PERS percentage is a little higher than that, but with some other benefits in there, that would give you a pretty ballpark amount of what it is.
And where does the funding for the Jumpstart program come out of?
Jumpstart has been covered out of some grant funds over the past couple of years. And then I haven't completed my analysis as if we have some grant funding to cover that, or if that's going to be coming from general fund to cover some of the tuition for that.
And I know I don't have much time, but for the public, do you know what that cost is, so they know?
I would rough guesstimate, I think right around between $200,000 and $300,000. Keep in mind that we're also, by paying for that tuition, we're covering teachers for those students, that if we didn't have Jumpstart, then we would be paying for teachers to cover the students that we have in Jumpstart.
Right, thank you.
Or like most districts don't do 100%. They do either a 70-30 or a 50-50, on that tuition for that as well.
You're welcome.
Great. No further questions. We'll go ahead and close then the workshop. Thank you so much, Spencer. I think this has been extremely informative.
You're very welcome.
And then maybe we could get in our board packets, or at some point, if you can email us all of the fund analysis that you've provided us since we started these workshops. I think that would be extremely helpful for every board member.
Certainly can do that.
President Walt, can I ask for something? Is it possible to provide us with the list on the, let's see, on the funding, on the general fund, is it possible to separate the certified, classified, and administrative executive? Is it possible to do that?
It is, if I have till 6:01, really roughly, that 65 million is about 42.8 million
No, on
certified.
the
I'm going to
document
have,
that you're going to provide us.
yeah,
Oh, certainly.
Yeah,
we're
Yep.
going to have to
yeah,
stop.
not right now, but yeah.
And if you can follow it up on an email, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Thanks. All right, so it is 6 o'clock, and at this time, we will go ahead and call the Carson City School Board trustee meeting to order. Okay? So with that, we will move on to agenda item number 2. This is adoption of the agenda. This is for possible action, and at this time, I will ask the Board of Trustees, we will be pulling item number 13 from the agenda due to the fact that Superintendent A.J. Fueling is not feeling well this evening and will not be in attendance. So with that, pulling agenda item number 13, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Roberts. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Varner. Do I have public comment? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. And at this time, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is the flag salute by Trustee Roberts. Could you? Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 4. This is Superintendent's report, and this will be given to us by Associates, by Mr. Sadler, sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, Dan Sadler for the record, Chief Human Resources Officer, filling in for Superintendent Fueling this evening. He's not feeling well. Hope he's feeling better soon. First, we're going to start. We have some champions with us here this evening that we would like to recognize. We have the 2026 High Desert Interscholastic Bowling Program champions from Carson High School. And we would like to thank our coaches, Danny Dunbar, Ron Pasquale, Rich Sharp, as well as our advisor, Trustee Michelle Peterson. And so I'll turn things over to coaches if you want to say anything to the board here or students.
If you could, coaches, if you would, go to the other side of the table, and then if they could each, if each student will introduce yourself, let us know your grade level, and what your highest score was.
No. All right, we'll do this. We're going to go through this first. Thanks for having us tonight. Good evening, and thank you for having us tonight and recognizing our Carson's high school athletes on their back-to-back championship win in the High Desert Interscholastic Bowling Program. This achievement adds to a long tradition of success for the Carson High School bowling team, and we're incredibly proud of what this group has accomplished. This year's team had a unique energy. While we lost veteran players, we gained new faces who quickly came together to form something special. They brought enthusiasm, positivity, and a strong sense of teamwork that set them apart. Their commitment to practice, to improving their individual skills, and most importantly to each other, was truly inspiring to witness. As a coach, it's always rewarding to watch athletes of different ages and experience levels grow into a cohesive team. Over time, you become more than just a coach, you become a mentor, a supporter, and in many ways, part of their extended family. You see their highs, their lows, you check in on them and check in on them beyond the sport, and you celebrate their growth both on and off the lanes. That's what makes this experience so meaningful. This season also marked a personal milestone for me, watching a full cycle of athletes grow from freshmen into seniors. Seeing that development is both fulfilling and bittersweet. You're proud of who they become while knowing it's time for them to move on to their next chapter. The competition this year was tough. Many matches came down to the final games where focus, discipline, and trust in one another made all the difference. After an early loss, this team found its rhythm and never looked back, staying steady, humble, and committed to taking it on one match at a time. All while also participating in Saturday coaching sessions, youth leagues, scholarship tournaments, and other competitions throughout the region. In closing, I want to say how proud I am of this team, not just for their accomplishments, but for their character, effort, and unity they showed throughout the season. I'm also grateful for the coaching staff and the support system that makes all of this possible. And to the parents, thank you. Your kids become our kids during the season, and the relationship we built with them are something always that we value. Thank you for trusting us with them and supporting them in every step of the way. And to the team, you've given us something truly special, something you've earned for yourselves, your family, your school, and your community to be proud of. Great job. So with that, this year we've had numerous awards at the end of our championship, which all come with scholarships. And this year we had Hannah Glisson and Jack Peterson, both juniors. They were selected for the regional all-star team, earning a scholarship this year. We have a few that aren't here. Tatum Geiger, our freshman, and Nate Christer, who's our sophomore, was honored for the league at the JV Bowlers of the Year. Donnie Wass, she was a junior. She was recognized having the female average of 177 out of the entire league of 188 bowlers. And most importantly, we have Jake Cronin and Kaya Dunbar here, who I'll read this for you. So both are seniors and were selected as the Carson High Varsity Bowlers of the Year. This would normally earn each of them a modest scholarship. However, once each school has made their nominations, the league forwards the kids' nomination note and performance record and academics to an outside panel who selects one male and one female to be named League Bowler of the Year. Both Jake and Kaya received this additional honor this year, each of them earning the Ron Nicasio Scholarship of $2,500 each. So with that, if you guys would like to introduce yourselves, and I'm sorry, what did you ask for their highest?
Well, yes, so if your average, your name, grade level, average,
Okay.
score, and then any awards that you want.
My name is Kaya Dunbar. I've been on the high school bowling team for the last 4 years. I've been team captain for all 4 of those years as well. This year, I got the Ron Nicasio Award, like Ron said, which was a $2,500 scholarship. As well, earlier before that, I got a scholarship, an offer of $26,000 at Clark University to go to bowl for them. And then my highest series this season was like a 596, and my average is a 180.
My name is Indiana Pasquale. I am the third team captain of the team. I cannot tell you my high game, my high series. I'm around a 190 average bowler. This is my third year of being on Carson High bowling. That's pretty much all I got to say.
I'm Jack Peterson. I'm a junior. This is my third year on the team. My high game, I think, was like a 220 something. And then my average was like a 167. And then I won the nomination for the All-Star team.
My name is Ryan Thompson. I'm a freshman bowler. This is my first year. My highest game was around a 205 with my average being around 170.
My name is Julian McElwee, and I'm a freshman. My highest game is 203, and my average is around 130.
I am Jake Ellis Cronin, and my highest game is a 300. My average is a 203, and I also won the Ron Nicasio Award. And I'm a senior on the team.
Any huge?
I just wanted Danny Dunbar, the head coach, can't be here. probably being a proprietor of bowling alley. He didn't have a mechanic to be there, so he couldn't be here. He's missed. He's the main reason out of the coaches why we're at this point. I can't say much because I'll cry. So 19 out of 23 years. Hopefully do it again next year.
Well, thank you for joining us this evening. I know sometimes it's very hard because I think this is right about the same time you guys are at the bowling alley. So we appreciate you being here and, you know, being able to be recognized. So congratulations. We were so excited to hear from Trustee Peterson at the meetings how well you guys did and how much fun you guys are having throughout the season. So we greatly appreciate you. And congratulations and good luck in the future for those of you who are moving on. Very proud of you. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, as she said, I'm also the advisor for the bowling team, so I get to have a little more involvement than the average spectator. You guys are wonderful people, and I feel very honored, like Rich, to get to be with you. I've had students or children of my own on several different teams through their school career. There's definitely something special here at this team. You guys are a family. You look out for each other, you support each other, you cheer for each other, you celebrate the achievements, and you pick each other up in the struggle. And it's just a gift to be a part of it. So I appreciate all that you guys bring to the lanes when we do that. School board meetings can get pretty heavy. The rest of this meeting will probably be a little bit heavier, but an absolute highlight is any time we can have kids come to the meeting and we can celebrate you guys, because you are why we are here. You are why we do what we do, why we sit here through these meetings, is to give you guys as many opportunities as you can academically and outside of the classroom. And I love that you guys are taking full advantage of that. And like Kaya, going on, getting a scholarship to college to bowl because of the foundation that's been built here. Jake, you want to share your after plans? Where are you going after this? Well, after I graduate. On the mic.
After I graduate, I'm going to go to California for, I don't know, a couple weeks or something in my Chevy Love. And then on the afterwards of that,
big boy plans.
What's that?
What are your big boy plans?
Oh, yeah. I'm enlisted in the Navy as a construction mechanic, and I'll be going on to that. So, thank you.
So not just great bowlers, great people. You guys are the best. That's all.
Great, thank you. If you guys will line up here in the middle and we'll get a picture. Parents, you can come out to the side or in the front. And
I just
grab a
want
picture as
to
well.
say one more thing. You guys heard about all those scholarships, and I know you guys got kids. We bowl every Saturday. Youth, come in. We just ended, but I think it starts up in August. Thank you. Thank you. So bring your kids down. They can be a part of this.
Thank you. Excellent job. Just a couple more items to report on here. It is Music in Our Schools Month nationally, and last week was Bandorama on Monday night. Excuse me, last week was Bandorama. This Monday was Choir Palooza. Both really incredible events that we have here in the community. I want to give special thanks to Christina Bourne for all her leadership in organizing, and really to all of our music teachers. We have a great team of music teachers in our district. They work really closely together to make sure these amazing events take place. So I want to thank all of our music teachers. And also, and probably just as importantly, as our custodial staff. They do a great job of helping out and getting that event set up and taken down. So kudos to our wonderful custodial staff as well. In keeping with that theme, the Carson High School Theater Arts and Music Department recently completed a successful run on Broadway here in Carson City, actually at the community centers. I want to congratulate our staff and students on their performance of Grease. which was here at the community center. Special thanks to Director Darby Beckwith, Music Director Andy Sonamaker, Choreographer Mikey Caskey, and Orchestra Director Dr. Brian Fox. And of course, thank you to all of our students who worked so hard for their performances. And just lastly, a reminder for everybody, in case you haven't been paying attention to the calendar or the beautiful weather that we're having outside, spring break is on the horizon here. So students and most of our staff will be off starting Monday, April 6th through April 10th, returning to school on Monday, April 13th. So hopefully that nice weather continues for spring break coming up. And that is all I have this evening.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 5, board reports, board member comments. We'll start, this is informational only, and we'll start with Carson High activities. Do we have a Carson High School representative? Is there anybody out in the hallway? No? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the Carson High Silver Campus activities. Do we have a representative?
I don't believe they have a representative yet, so I will be sharing the
Okay.
announcements.
Great, thank you.
So from Dr. Molden, she shares with us that the Silver Campus is proud to announce partnerships that they have been building on within trades across the community. Concourse Auto Body from Reno visited the school on March 17 and spoke to the entire campus about all the opportunities that exist within the auto body field. The representative also shared what students should inspire to complete before they apply, apprenticeship opportunities, and wages. Today, Carson City Toyota came over to the campus after school to show students how to change a flat tire. They also chatted with the representative about ways that they can get involved in the automotive field. On April 2nd, Hope Sullivan, the Carson City Community and Economic Development Director, will be on campus to speak with the entire school about all the opportunities available within the City Planner program. If students choose not to go to college, this is one avenue for them to be successful. The list is growing for after the spring break and into May, so there's more to come. She's also very excited about this coming Friday, March 27. They're going to be taking the majority of the school on an academic field trip to Riverside Park. The Carson City Park Rangers are going to share all of the opportunities to become a park ranger, and then they will explore the river and surrounding area as part of an English, math, social studies, and science experiment. Students will be required to calculate water levels, research the Korean War Memorial and how it applies today, investigate the wetland plant matter surrounding the park, and then write an essay about what they have learned. So that is a report from Silver Campus.
Great, thank you. Did you want to continue with your schools?
From Mrs. Cruikshanks from Mark Twain. She would like to highlight the STEM night, which is taking place tonight at the site, at the school. Sierra Nevada Journey will be coming to offer students and families fun activities and that they can do together. And they're looking forward to seeing all families during parent-teacher conferences. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Trustee Roberts?
Yes, from Dr. Ward at Fremont. They are looking forward to parent-teacher conferences and working towards having 100% of our parents meet with our teachers one-on-one in a conference. They have a huge STEAM night, unfortunately the same night as our board meeting. The event starts at 5 and finishes up at 7 with many community members, including Home Depot, UNR, Lowe's, Costco, Nevada State Parks, and DRI. And we would like to thank Terry Schiffer, our computer literacy science teacher, in advance for all her hard work and dedication on this event. Terry also deserves a shout out as she was recognized as part of the Northern Nevada STEM Teachers of the Year. So congratulations, Terry.
Great, thank you. Trustee Clapham?
Thank you. From Ms. Hoppy at Eagle Valley Middle School, regarding academics, they have successfully reached the end of the third quarter thanks to the staff and students. Homework club is still available Monday through Thursday. until 4 p.m. and transportation is provided. And on early release days, students are encouraged to stay after school to catch up on assignments from 12 to 2:25, but there is no transportation on those days. Regarding athletics, they're looking forward to the track tournament at Carson Middle School on Thursday. Also, 18 of the wrestlers qualified to participate in the Taniva Championship on Saturday. Some upcoming events. They said, please join us for our very first College and Career Day happening on April 1st. Students will be highlighting their talents by displaying projects they have been working on. Community partners will be joining to highlight future career opportunities for the students. The event will begin at 12 p.m. for students and will continue after school until approximately 4:30. And parents are encouraged to join after school at 2:25. Lastly, a huge thank you to the leadership crew. Mr. Spriggs and Mrs. Schnabel do many things for the school. They also support all of their athletic events by advertising all of the school events and supplying the snack bar. Thanks to both of them, they make all of the school events fun for everyone. And then from Miss Robinson, my apologies. Ms. Robinson at Carson Middle School states that they just started their yearly SBAC testing. She's so proud of the students. They're really working hard to do their best. Testing will continue through next week. Many of the wrestlers will be competing in the Taniva Wrestling Championship this Saturday in Lovelock, and their first 6th grade track meet is this Thursday. The students sounded great at the Choir Palooza in Bandarama, both of which took place this last week. Lots of kids doing amazing things at Carson Middle School.
Thank you. Trustee Peterson?
Nice and short for me today. No report for Carson High and for Seeliger. All I have is that Ms. Pryor would like us to know that they have brought back physical fitness testing. Mr. Malmed is actively testing our K through 5 students in push-ups, sit-ups, sit and reach, mile run, shuttle run, and standing long jump. And trustees, if any of you would like to test your fitness, you are invited to Seeliger to join them. Yeah, go relive it. Yeah, I'm busy the whole week, sorry. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. And then Trustee Varner, if you will do your school and NASB after that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be great. For Boardwork Bray, they have their parent-teacher conferences next week, March 31st through April 3rd, And they are really looking forward to meeting with all their families and are aiming for 100% attendance. They also have their Bunny Math Fact Challenge coming up on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, with the reward of an egg hunt on April 3rd for all those that meet their goal. They also have their next house meeting on April 3rd. And that's my report for Boardwork, but I have one for Fritz Elementary. Principal Brown is pleased to announce that the Fritz teachers look forward to shaking hands at the parent-teacher conferences being held March 31st to April 3rd. They're hoping that they get 100% participation from the parents. Also, their PTA is hitting the ice with Tahoe Night Monsters this Friday and Sunday. And he wanted to let everybody know that good seats are still available if you'd like to attend. And I think most importantly from this report is it is Mr. Brown's birthday. So we'd like to wish him a happy birthday. I think he's 39 again, is what I've been told. But anyway, that's my report for the schools.
And if you'll continue with NASB?
Yes.
I overlooked that, I'm sorry.
For the public, number one, thank you guys for being here. But we're also a member of the Nevada Association of School Boards, which is a statewide organization that's made up of representatives from all 17 school districts. And this last Friday, we had our joint meeting for directors and the executive committee, where several important issues were discussed. One of the most important things in my mind was the dues committee had met previously, and I happened to be on that committee. And we were due for a 5% due increase this year, but we were able to get it down to where there's no increase in dues for this coming year, which I thought that was really good. Also, the State Superintendent of Instruction, Wakefield, attended the meeting and talked about the new district accountability system that's been developed. And one of the important things about that is one of the measures that they're going to be looking at is if a district has a continuing decline in their ending fund balance, that's going to be held against them. So that's why, we're really paying attention to the budget also. There were several items discussed about some of the projects that NASB has supported during the legislative session, and they're preparing for this next session already on some of the things they're going to be supporting. One of the biggest things that this last session that NASB was involved in was the Rural School Funding Initiative, which authorized AB 224, authorized up to $100 million in state bonds to fund urgent school facilities improvements in rural districts with limited tax capacity. What this means is that White Pine County is finally going to be able to build a new school, which a lot of their schools are over 100 years old. So that was a big push this last session, and they're going to try to push again to renew that so other schools can take advantage of it, other school districts could take advantage of it. They're going to support efforts to bring back the programs that would provide free meals to every student in Nevada, regardless of their ability to pay. They're going to oppose any effort that takes away the ability of a school district to determine the use of cell phones in the classroom. In other words, they want to leave it with local control. Let's see, there's other things here. They're going to support additional funding for special education curriculum and programs in the classroom, which we all know we sorely need. And I think that's probably the biggest things that they're going to be supporting this year, but there'll be other things that come up. And as the year moves on and the legislative agenda is adopted, then I'll make sure that everyone here knows. And I also, I think, sent you the minutes from the last meeting, so if you want to review those, you can do that. And also gave you some other information for your review. And that is really my report for NASB.
Great, thank you. I do have a question. If you could bring it to NASB's attention with the governor's race election, if they could pay attention to who is running for election and what they are supporting, that would be great.
Yeah, I did fail to mention that on Saturday morning, the day of the professional development training, there were a couple of legislators that have attended that meeting, and they talked about the upcoming session and what their plans are for that. But Tom Clark and Associates, who are our lobbyist firm, they are paying attention to all the different legislators and political candidates who are running for office to make sure that they're aware of what agenda we would like to see and to see what their agenda is. So they are on top of that.
If that's something that you could, if you get updates and present back to us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I'll get ongoing updates and I'll forward that to you guys.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, and so for my report for Empire Elementary School, Ms. Virgil mentions that they are looking forward to the third quarter awards assembly for parents this Friday to highlight the students' amazing academic growth and achievement. So I would encourage all parents to attend to support your students and your children. That'd be great. And then I would also like to mention that the Carson High School representative that's usually here is absent this evening because he is traveling back from a baseball tournament from California. So he's unable to make it this evening. So hopefully they had great success as well. All right, that concludes agenda item number 5. We'll move on to agenda item number 6, association reports. Do we have any association reports? All right, thank you.
Good evening. CHRO, Mr. Sadler, President Walt, and trustees and members of the public. My name is Brian Wallace. I am the president of OCEA, which represents the certified staff within the Carson City School District. OCEA appreciates the board's willingness to continue to confront the difficult financial realities, including the proposal to operate or attempt to operate with a $2.5 to $3 million deficit. However, this approach is not sustainable under the current funding structure, and it is forcing us to risk unraveling all of our hard work, including being the only school district in the state of Nevada with a social worker at every single site. With the implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan, school districts in Nevada no longer benefit from the stability once provided by the hold harmless provisions. In the past, those protections helped buffer districts from sudden year-to-year funding fluctuations that we are now experiencing. Without them, districts are now exposed to unpredictable and often significant swings in revenue and are having to respond immediately. This lack of stability makes long-term planning far more difficult. It forces districts into a reactive position rather than allowing for thoughtful, strategic decision-making, and we have seen that around the state, including in Douglas County currently. Staffing in particular becomes increasingly risky. Multi-year commitments may also become difficult to honor, and financial reserves can be depleted faster than anticipated, which I hope Superintendent Wakefield is taking due note of based on the comments you just shared, Trustee. What we are experiencing in Carson City is not an isolated issue. It is the result of what can be best described as a funding lag trap. Decisions are made based on prior year data, leading to delayed financial consequences, creating budget shocks for our districts, like the one we are now facing, resulting in a potential drastic reduction in services to our students. We must be mindful of the message this is going to send to the Nevada legislature. If Carson City and other districts continue to operate under this model, it will appear to the legislature that this district and our other brothers and sister districts can absorb these funding challenges without significant consequences. While we are fortunate to have reserves, relying on them is not the long-term solution. Looking ahead to the 2027 legislative session, it is going to be critical for all of us in this room and on the dais to be present and engaged. Lawmakers need to see and hear directly from those impacted, especially school board members, who are being asked year after year to have us do more with less. Your voices, your leadership will be essential inside that building, advocating for more stable and sustainable funding model for Carson City students. The Nevada State Education Association and OCA looks forward to seeing you inside the building during the Nevada 2027 legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Hold on. Trustee Varner, you had a comment?
Yes, to your point, and thank you for your comments. NASB, the Nevada Associated School Board, we do have a subcommittee for legislative concerns, and we will be attending the legislature on an ongoing basis. And there's also going to be a meeting with all the legislators at the start of the session, which we normally do, where we'll have opportunity to share our thoughts about the budget. And I can tell you and guarantee that there's ongoing conversations about the budget situation in Nevada right now for the school districts. So that's ongoing, and that's one of the main priorities for the our lobbyists. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that input. All right, any other additional associate? All right, seeing none, we'll close agenda item number 6 and go on to agenda item number 7. This is for public comment. Before we get into public comment, I just would like the public to know that since we pulled agenda item number 13, which is the discussion of possible action to authorize the superintendent to issue a notice of layoff due to the reduction in force, it is no longer on the agenda. So you have an option to submit your public comment now, agenda item number 7, or you can wait until it resurfaces at a future meeting. Okay, I just want to put that out there. But before we get on to that, I will ask Renee, did we have any public comment via email?
Yes, President Walt, thank you. So public comment was received via email by from the following staff and/or community members: Lynn Garrett, Laura Hale, Bill Buckley, Bobby Johnson, Shayna Stockton, Sage Lozanio, Amber Shuck, Kaylee Chandler, Shania Sear, Heather Orozco, Jennifer Kilpatrick, Kyra Morgan, Chris Graham, Talia Medina, Heather Salyer, Jessica Weiser, Naomi Gashtu, Jared Gilster, Janie Smith, Amanda Hall, Jessica Damrow, Danica Williams, Caitlin Ferrone, Abby Haywood, Amanda Blackwell, Kyra Morgan, Laurel Malik, Amy Perez, Narisira Mortensen, Jenny Weimer, Tia Olson, Mackenzie Torrecilius, Katie Wood, Chase Rowe, Sonia Lara Angulo, and Jenny Crane. Copies of the emailed public comment was provided to the trustees and will be included in the permanent record. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I would also like to mention as well, agenda item number 12 is discussion only. Since this is not an agenda item, we do not ask for public comment during that agenda item. So if you are here to discuss or to make public comment on agenda item number 12, you would do so at this time as well. All right, so to keep this going, I see that we have quite a bit of public comment. Please note that you are limited. Your comments are no more than 3 minutes. And so what will happen is if you go over 3 minutes, the buzzer will buzz, and then you will have to stop. But keep in mind, anything that you would like to add to that, please, you're more than welcome to email as well. Okay? All right, so we're going to go ahead and start with Sherry Curtis. If you would please come up. Behind Sherry will be Macy Lawrence and Aria Lawrence. So if you guys will just come up, be ready to go. And when you start, please press the microphone. Once you see the green, it is on, and you can go ahead and start with your public comment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sherry Curtis. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight and share my opinion. As a concerned parent, I am here asking you to please reconsider your decisions in regards to letting our school social workers go. These social workers are placed in our schools with sole intent to intervene and help children experiencing crisis situations. They are there to help children who do not have adequate home lives and aid families in emergency situations. Though I am here in support for each and every person who may be possibly affected by the choice to cut these positions from our schools, I'm here tonight speaking on my behalf of Nicole Sitton. My children and I are deeply saddened and shocked since learning what may be happening. And from personal experience over the last 9 years, Miss Sitton has walked every step of my family's journey right beside us. Over the last 9 years, we have worked together, and my family has experienced all of the realms of life. From being a recovering teen mom, regaining custody of my kids back, to experiencing homeless while dealing with a terminal family illness, and all the highs and lows in between, and most recently getting out of an unstable situation into a safe environment. Miss Sitton has been there to make sure that my children and I were okay every step of the way. Always there to lend a hand to them in any literal situation that she could. My children and hundreds of other children, I'm sure, have spent countless brave days opening up to these social workers who have become confided friends for them. These social workers make sure that the kids are heard and understood. They give them a safe place to think, relax, and express their emotions. It puts me in disbelief that getting rid of these people that play such an important role to these students is being considered, especially when you put into perspective the generation that we are living in, where teens' mental health crisis and suicide are on such a high rise. Most of the children that these social workers are dealing with don't have parents that take care of them nor provide good lives for them. Many of them are struggling with minimum to no parental guidance at all. Many of these children look to their social workers for love and support that they lack elsewhere. Elimination of these positions in our school district is putting our students in direct lines of unsafe and vulnerable situations. As members of a board that has been elected to protect, lead, and keep the best interests of every student in mind, I'm strongly asking you to reconsider your thoughts and decisions in this matter. Last but not least, I would like to thank Ms. Sitton for every selfless choice that you have made while standing alongside every student who has needed your guidance and support. Thank you for continuing to be the amazing person that you set out
Thank you
to be
very
in
much.
this position.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Macy Lawrence? Is Macy Lawrence here?
This
Yeah.
is Macy right here.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Macy Lawrence, and I'm here to speak and share my opinion on how you are trying to take our school social workers. In my experience, Miss Sin has helped me overcome many issues that I could not talk about in front of others. With her kind words and gentle hugs, she has helped many kids in school, and that is why we need her to stay and work in our schools as a social worker. If you were to take away school social workers, then you would be hurting kids because they wouldn't be able to talk about bad homes and school situations. Many would be able to express what they're feeling and possibly hurting themselves. Miss Sin helps students in other ways, like when I was at the school, Miss Sin would introduce me to new students so they felt welcome to their new school. And in my experience, she's always made sure I was heard, comfortable, safe, and understood. She always listened and did what she could to help me. Please don't take our school social workers away. Please don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Ariel?
Good evening, Good evening, my name is Ariel Lawrence. I'm a student at Frederick Elementary. I'm here to speak in support of Miss Sin. I am seen.
It says, I am here to speak in support of Miss Sitton. I have seen how much Miss Sitton helps us every single day. Because of that, kids like me have someone that we can trust and talk to when things are hard. When I see Miss Sitton helping someone calm down or giving someone a safe place to go, it makes our whole school feel like a home, even if we don't have one. Without Miss Sitton and all the social workers, we wouldn't have that extra help when we need it. That makes it easier to focus on school and being a normal student. I strongly ask to keep Miss Sitton and all the social workers in our schools. We need them here. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today. Ariel Lawrence.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
Thank you. Dylan Blues, then Patricia Hernandez, Hara, Nicole Sitton. Please make sure the microphone has a green. Press the button to have a green. There you go.
My name is Dylan Plus, and I really think that Miss Stephanie should stay at our school because she helps us with our things that make us. She helps kids that are angry and destroy rooms, and she helps kids calm down. And she is a really good friend, and I think that she should stay at our school.
Thank you very much. Patricia Hernandez, Hara. And then if we could have Nicole sitting ready to go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Patricia Hernandez Juarez. I'm a school social worker over at Empire Elementary School. I became a school social worker because sorry, because I know what it feels like to go through hard things as a child and not have someone there to truly listen or support you. That lived experience is what drives me to do the work every day with my students. The decision is devastating, and I'm already seeing it firsthand. My students are not okay. Many are anxious, confused, heartbroken at the thought of losing someone that they trust. Cutting school social workers will have a direct and lasting impact on students that I serve and everyone else who is a school social worker. I currently run about 15 groups, supporting 79 students total in those groups, and approximately 40 of those can qualify as Medicaid recipients, whom I see twice a week. This presents a potential opportunity for reimbursement, estimating around $6,569 a month alone, and probably even more for the ones that I do one-on-one check-ins. But beyond the numbers, these are children who rely on consistent relationship-based support to navigate anxiety, trauma, and challenges outside of school. For some, I am the only consistent and safe adult that they have. Without that relationship, their sense of safety is disrupted, their ability to regulate, focus, and learn is deeply affected. This decision doesn't just remove a position, it removes a lifeline. Our students deserve to feel safe, supported, and heard. Without school social workers, we are taking away a critical piece of that support system, and consequences will be felt in their behavior, attendance, and academic success. Thank you.
Thank you. If Katie Zarate will be ready to go, and Diana Tabelis Avila, be ready? All right, go ahead, Nicole.
For the record, Nicole Sitton, school social worker, Fritch Elementary School. I have served as a school social worker with the Carson City School District for the past 11 years. And as one of the first school social workers in our state, dedicating my career to supporting youth and families in our community, during this time, I have collaborated closely with teachers, staff, school resource officers, McKinney-Vento Services, DCFS, and community partners support some of our most vulnerable students. As a pioneer in this role, I have witnessed firsthand the profound changes affecting our community's youth over the past decade. When I first stepped into this role, there was really no clear roadmap. I walked in with little more than a resource binder and a notepad, and a strong belief in what a school social worker could be. From that point, I began building system supports, relationships, and resources to meet the real needs of our students and families. In many ways, I helped shape this role and what it looks like in this district today. Over the past 11 years, we as a whole have served hundreds of students and families, often in moments of crisis. I myself have also had the privilege of working with families supporting multiple children over time and building trust that cannot be quickly replaced. That continuity helps families stay connected to schools and break cycles of crisis. 3 years ago, I created a program called Growth Garden, combining cognitive behavioral techniques with horticultural to support students experience trauma, loss, and homelessness. What began as a neglected school garden has become a space where students build coping skills, resilience, and a sense of stability while learning to grow the garden as well as grow within themselves. I ask, who will continue these services at this critical level if school social workers are removed? The school social workers have also collaborated with Carson City Sheriff's Department on crisis prevention efforts. While many factors contribute to student safety, it is meaningful that there have been no youth deaths by suicide in our district this year. I believe that reflects in part the quiet prevention work that school social workers do every day, identifying risk early, building trust, and intervening before crisis escalates. The need has not decreased. At my school alone, we have had over 100 plus students experiencing homelessness or in transition over the past 2 years, and I currently manage 70 active cases at the elementary level, seeing these students on a regular basis, most of which have been vetted through the data-driven MTSS system. Without social workers, students in crisis may go unsupported, families will have fewer connections to essential resources, and already overextended staff will be expected to take on complex needs without the time, training, or appropriate licensure to do so. This will impact not only student well-being, but also attendance, behavior, and academic success. If we are truly committed to prioritizing our students, our decisions must reflect that commitment. I respectfully urge you to reconsider these proposed cuts and carefully weigh their long-term consequences. Eliminating our school social workers does not simply remove positions.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So we have Katie, Diana, and then Stephanie, Navadi, Marcus. Next, go ahead, Katie.
Hello, my name is Katie Sarate, and I'm a member of the Carson City community. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you all today. I came here in support of the school social workers that work day in and day out to provide students with the skills and resources that will allow them to be successful and supported throughout their time as a student in the Carson City School District. As a social work intern with the Carson City School District, I have witnessed the impact that social workers have not only had on staff, but students firsthand. As MTSS is one of the major focuses of the school district going forward, ensuring that proper process of the tiered interventions are being followed is important. Social workers play an integral part in providing and creating groups, providing one-on-one supports for students, connecting students and families with resources, and assist families and students during holidays. That's only to name a few of the services they provide. These are all supports that are provided at the school sites and can be immediate interventions that can assist students with regulating and setting them up to be successful as they continue throughout their day in classes. Having to refer out for services that students rely on at school on a day-to-day basis would build barriers for them and their families and can impact the learning of the student. Many cannot access these resources in our community due to other barriers that they are facing. For some, the social workers in the schools are the only trusted adults they may feel supported by. Before making a decision, I would like you to consider the importance of social workers in our schools and the input you have received from countless community members. Thank you for your time.
Diana?
So hi, my name is Diana Avila, and I teach the graduate level social work students at the University of Nevada, Reno. Many of my students complete internships within the Carson City School District, working alongside your school social workers. Through this partnership, I've seen firsthand the level of expertise, training, and impact these professionals bring to your schools and students. School social workers are highly trained mental health professionals. They hold graduate level degrees and receive extensive clinical training in areas such as child development, trauma-informed care, crisis intervention, family systems, and ethical mental health practices. These are specialized skills that cannot be simply reassigned to others or replaced through short staff trainings. Carson City School District has a strong multi-tiered system of support. MTSS is successful because it is built on a multidisciplinary team, where each professional contributes a specific set of skills. Teachers provide instructions, administrators manage systems, nurses address medical needs, and school social workers provide mental health assessments, interventions, family engagement. When each professional operates within their area of expertise, the system really works. And honestly, you guys need more school social workers at each school. The district itself has highlighted the success of this model. Several Carson City schools have received the Diamond Award for outstanding work and sustained implementation of MTSS. Supported by strong data systems and positive outcomes, that level of success is resulted of coordinated, specialized work from professionals across disciplines. Sometimes the work may seem simple on the surface. Someone might say that a student's cooling down or taking a break, but in reality, a trained school social worker is providing clinical intervention, assessing safety, using evidence-based regulation strategies, recognizing trauma responses, and determining what level of support a student needs. Expecting teachers, administrators, or nurses to absorb these responsibilities after a short training would not only be unrealistic, but it raises serious ethical concerns within what scope of practice these individuals are in. Additionally, reliance solely on the outside contractors cannot be replaced. Embedded school social workers. Contractors provide a service for a limited time, where school social workers become part of the school community. They know the students, know the families, know the cultures, as we can tell of our little aerial earlier. They are invested not only in providing service, but in supporting the entire school environment. I encourage the board to continue exploring ways to sustain these professionals within your schools. And I know if you guys had the money, you guys would throw it out, but hopefully one of you guys really steps up to find the funding that these students really need. Removing school social workers does not remove the student needs, it simply removes the trained professionals best equipped to meet them. Thank you.
Thank you. So then we have Stephanie, and then after Stephanie will be Taylor, Mendelli, and Jennifer Williams.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Stephanie Navidad Marcos, and I am a school social worker. This school year alone, I have served 177 students. 67 of those students are currently part of my Tier 2 caseload, which focuses on preventative mental health support so that challenges do not escalate into crisis situation. The students receiving these supports are navigating very real and complex experiences. Some students have witnessed domestic violence in the home, others are coping with sexual trauma, and many are dealing with the emotional impact of their parents separating and the instability that can come with that process. I support a student who has gone through leukemia and extensive medical procedures, others who are grieving the death of a loved one, some who are living with mental health diagnosis, and others who have experienced suicide ideation and hospitalization. These are the realities that students carry with them into our classrooms every day. Looking specifically at my January data using documentation, 78% of the services I provided were Tier 2 interventions. That tells us something important. The majority of the work is happening in schools is preventative support, not crisis response. Within MTSS, we often hear you cannot use a Tier 3 intervention to work your way out of a Tier 2 issue. If preventative supports disappear, more students will reach crisis level. A behavior plan alone will not work if the mental health need driving that behavior is not addressed. When students are dealing with trauma, grief, anxiety, or instability at home, they first need the skills and support to regulate and process those experiences. Even though I currently have 67 active Tier 2 students, the MTSS model is working. Throughout the year, some students graduate back to Tier 1 because they have learned the skills they need. I want to address sustainability. I know the board has heard a range of things about Medicaid reimbursement, sometimes that it is only pennies to the dollar, but the reality is that Medicaid can be part of the solution. For example, a 30-minute preventative counseling session reimburses $60 through Medicaid. In January alone, I documented 177 notes using that code. If 100 of those sessions were Medicaid eligible, that would generate $6,000 in 1 month, using one code alone. To make that realistic, that would be 25 students with Medicaid being seen 4 times in a month, which is a very realistic number of students in a school setting. These are services that are already happening with our students. We're not asking the district to carry this work alone. We're asking for the opportunity to demonstrate that school social workers can help sustain these positions through the billable clinical work we are already trained to provide. Prevention is what keeps children from becoming crisis. I encourage the board to examine Medicaid reimbursement and the BH work system we already use for documentation, which has the ability to bill Medicaid as a practical way to sustain school social work positions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Taylor, Jennifer, and then I think it's Valencia Rodriguez.
Hello, my name's Taylor Mandelli. I'm a speech language pathologist at Sealiger Elementary. I have the privilege of working alongside Stephanie Navidad Marcos, who was just sitting next to me. And to piggyback off of that, I guess, I have a couple points I want to make. I know I only have 3 minutes though. But one of the main points is I watched on YouTube as I was cooking dinner for my toddlers last meeting, and I didn't hear Medicaid brought up at all in terms of like within the whole district, there's only a handful of employees who could actually generate revenue, speech pathologists being one, social workers being another. And I just would like that to be part of the discussion when you guys are making these big decisions. I don't know all the numbers. Stephanie just gave an awesome presentation in terms of the data and the numbers. I would just like that to be taken into consideration. Another thing is I have the pleasure of working alongside Stephanie and the MTSS team at my school. It's my understanding that a mental health professional of some sort is required to be on our team. So I'm not sure what's going to happen if we don't have social workers on each site. Also, as part of MTSS, I don't know if it's been brought to the meetings ever or to your guys' attention that MTSS, as of right now this year, we don't have funding to have like case managers like we should for Tier 2, Tier 3 interventions. So with the cutting of social workers, I'm not sure who's going to absolve all the cases that they have through MTSS. So we've been working tirelessly to implement MTSS throughout our schools. I think that this would be a huge step back, getting rid of social workers who are huge in that whole process. As other people have mentioned, there is a ripple effect. So I understand that there's not the money to support it, but just, I don't know. I would like us to think about longevity and like what's going to happen and what other things could happen, like attendance. I know wholeheartedly we have so many students who come to school and whose attendance has come up. I know we've been working tirelessly to lower our absentee numbers. Kids would not be coming to school if it wasn't for Miss Stephanie. She is their safe place, as sad as that is. And it's not just a matter of them feeling sad, it's her clinical skilled interventions that she is providing that other staff members cannot provide. I do not have the licensing or the scope of practice or the skill set to do what she is doing. My last point was that at the last meeting, somebody had mentioned that there's contractors who can come in. The girl who so bravely spoke at the last meeting, the high schooler, I really don't think she would have been making reports that she did to a contractor and not somebody who was a full-time staff member at her site. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jennifer Williams, and then is there Alicia Rodriguez ready to go? And then Sherry yeah. All right.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Williams. I teach fourth grade at Sealiger Elementary. I'm here tonight to speak about school social workers. 12 days ago, I sent an email out explaining why we should not be cutting teachers or social workers. I'm not going to read that email. I'm here to speak about the actual impact that school social workers have had on me, all my students, and actually my colleagues. It's not just for the kids too. They really help everybody in the building. I used the name Stephanie Navidad Marcos in my email, and as well as all the other social workers here that you've heard about so far tonight. I've had a student walk through my classroom doors after almost losing a battle with childhood cancer. Instead of this poor girl going to another building for another appointment, she finds comfort in Miss Stephanie. When kids make fun of her cancer hair, she finds comfort in Miss Stephanie. So she is their safe place when they've already dealt with so much at the age of 10. When I was pregnant, which was a very hard pregnancy to happen, I was under the stress of a child who was very violent and throwing chairs in my room and destroying classrooms. Stephanie was the only one who could de-escalate this child in that moment. So she has that ability to de-escalate these students and these situations, and not only keeping myself safe in that time, but also the other 23 children in my classroom. She doesn't just help with students. She's also counseled staff when they've received graphic death threats that were credible, not just hearsay. The school social workers are crucial at all levels. However, elementary school social workers are vital. Without them, we don't have the extra support staffing to replace them. The secondary level does have deans, counselors, and administrators. We don't have those personnel in our school. Without them, we're going to begin to fall apart. Our administrators are already expected to do so much. And if we take out the social workers and how much they alleviate throughout the day, we will see a decrease of learning for all learners, because we are seeing such an increase in behaviors that are taking away the learners and the learning and the safety away. Please do not cut elementary school social workers, and if you can, please save all social workers. They all deserve their time in our buildings. Supporting our children is worth a budget deficit that we can work on recouping with a tighter budget in mind. I encourage you, before you vote on this, please spend a few days with our social workers and see what they truly have to conquer through each day. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia?
Hi, Vasily Rodriguez, for the record, licensed master social worker, school social worker at Fremont Elementary. I know that this is not an easy task. but I am here to advocate for the...
I'm so sorry. Could you speak closer to the microphone, please?
I know that this isn't an easy task that you guys have, but I'm here to advocate for the mental health and well-being of our students, our families, and our staff moving forward. At Fremont, we are a community committed to providing high-quality, student-centered instruction that promotes social, emotional, and academic growth in a safe environment, with our vision of fostering lifelong learners who achieve their maximum potential. I've learned to follow our motto of find a way by collaborating with community resources, as social workers at the elementary level are the only mental health professionals there, so it's been hard. School social workers play a key role in connecting and bridging gaps between students, families, community resources, school, and home environments. From these identified needs, we complete referrals or provide interventions at different tiers, such as individual sessions or groups, so that the appropriate services are being received. These past 2 weeks alone, I have received referrals of students with suicide ideation, students in need of therapy referrals. I've completed home visits and partnered with community resources for additional support, such as our school resource officers, our Food for Thought, Division of Child and Family Services, and Ron Wood, all on top of running the 7 groups that I have on a weekly basis and my individual student check-ins. This goes to show that our students face a diverse range of hardships from day to day. Students do not leave these struggles outside of school doors, and they affect students who are trying their best in a situation they may have little to no control. School social workers are able to offer that social emotional support, a safe space, and provide healthy coping strategies for students to use and implement as needed. The most common question I've heard since February on eliminating school social workers is who will carry the work. As mentioned, there are no other mental health professionals at the elementary sites who will be able to identify and refer students for additional support, who will assess the students stating they are self-harming and want to take their own lives, who is going to sit with parents, complete referrals, complete safety plans, and follow up. Crisis does not have a time slot in each day. School social workers are fundamental at every level of school, but I ask that you please reconsider the many lives that will be impacted by the decision to eliminate all 12 full-time employees, especially leaving the 6 elementary schools without mental health professionals to address these needs. I'm asking that you put the safety of our students and their mental health as a priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sherry? Sherry, then Bethany Want, and Kathy White.
Thank you for the opportunity for me to talk to you today. For the record, my name is Sherry Scafidi. I am an intervention paraprofessional at Fremont Elementary School. As you may know, there are many surveys that track states by their ranking in education. The World Population Review ranks the state of Nevada 44th in education. In my capacity as an intervention paraprofessional, I work with all grade levels, K through 5. I work with a few 5th grade students that cannot read what I consider simple words. Words such as like, made, roll. There are other examples in the grades I work with where students are not up to grade level. I believe by cutting funding to the paraprofessional program, we are letting our children down. 2 years ago, I worked with a Hispanic 5th grade student. She spoke beautiful English and beautiful Spanish, but could not read in English. I started working with her, reading a few 1st grade books. She struggled, but kept on with her reading. When she could finally read one of those books by herself, she was so proud that it brought tears to my eyes. This is why we paraprofessionals do what we do to help our students succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bethany?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Bethany Want, and I'm a school nurse within the Carson City School District. I work in our schools every day, and I see firsthand the struggles our students face, the trauma, the fear, the mental health challenges, and the critical role school social workers play in keeping them safe, healthy, and able to learn. Tonight, I'm here to share the voices of the children within our schools. I don't have food at my house. I'm scared to go home. My parents scream and throw things every night. I was raped. I'm fat and I'm ugly and I want to die. The world would be better off without me. These are not dramatic statements. These statements are said every day in our schools, and when those statements are made, those children are usually sitting across from a school social worker. At the last school board meeting, a topic of conversation was making sure students are in the classroom, engaged and learning. But what happens when children are in the classroom and don't have the support they need to function in there? What happens to the student who cannot regulate their emotions and has loud outbursts that stop an entire classroom from learning? Yes, you will have students in the classroom, but there will be no learning or engagement happening. You would be checking a box to students in a class, but with no actual education that is happening. Without school social workers, there will be no one there to step in, de-escalate, support that child, and help the classroom return to learning. Instead, that responsibility will fall on teachers, incredible educators who are already stretched so thin. They have never been trained or educated to handle the level of trauma, crisis, and mental health needs we see every single day. At the previous school board meeting, I also heard it said that a grant would allow Tier 3 students to still have access to contractors. I strongly encourage every single one of you with becoming familiar with what happens before a student ever reaches a Tier 1 status or Tier 3 status. There's a Tier 1, there's a Tier 2, and then there's a Tier 3. If it were not for the work our school social workers do every single day at a Tier 1 and Tier 2 level, the number of students reaching Tier 3 would be off the charts, far beyond what any grant could ever fund or contractors could ever manage. It is our school social workers who grind every single day to keep students stable, healthy, and safe. I understand that we are facing a budget deficit, but eliminating all school social workers is not a solution to get out of a financial deficit. It is a decision that will create consequences far greater than the savings. I especially urge you to think about our elementary schools. In the elementary buildings, there are no counselors, there's no deans, there's no additional support staff. The district is already talking about eliminating even more support staff within our schools, making resources even more scarce. So why would it ever be considered cutting the specialized people who carry all the clinical hours and education to help our students? When you look into the budget, look into ways where funding can be brought in through other avenues such as Medicaid billing. The district has not had to invest in our social workers for the last several years because of grant funding. Now the district needs to find a way to invest in them because by doing so, you are investing in our children of our community and our future town. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy White, and then if Eleanor Williams, and I think it's Gareth Williams, be ready to speak.
Good evening, I'm Kathy White, and I've lived in Carson City for 54 years, and this is the first time I felt the need to be at one of your meetings so I could address the proposed decision to eliminate school social workers in Carson City School District. I want to be clear, this is not just a staffing change. This is a decision that would directly impact the safety, mental health, and ability of our students to learn. I have to ask, has anyone truly looked at the data? Have you looked at how many students school social workers serve every single day? How many crises they de-escalate? How many students they check in with, sometimes multiple times a day, just to make sure those children can stay in school and feel safe? These professionals are not optional support. They are essential. And I want to share a real example of why. Last year, my grandson, who was in kindergarten, just 6 years old, was in the restroom at school when another student put his hands around his neck and choked him. After that, he was terrified to go to school. He was terrified to use the restroom. He could not access the education because he did not feel safe. The only reason he was able to return, to feel secure again, and to continue learning was because of the school social worker. That social worker worked with him daily, helping him process that trauma, rebuild his sense of safety, and simply be a child in a classroom again. Without that support, he would not have been able to access the free public education he is entitled to. So I ask you, what happens now when incidents like this occur? And they will, and there is no trained professional in the building to respond. What happens to the students who experience trauma inside the walls of our schools? It's easy to talk about students who already have identified needs and say they can be referred to outside contractors. But what about the students who don't have a diagnosis, who aren't already in the system, and who suddenly experience crisis at school? What about the children who are impacted by the behaviors of high-risk students? Who is going to support them in that moment? Removing school social workers shifts the burden onto staff who are not trained for it, and it leaves vulnerable children without the support they need in the exact moment that they need it. It will create more trauma, more disruption, and more barriers to learning. Our schools should be a place where children feel safe, supported, and ready to learn. Eliminating school social workers moves us in the opposite direction. I urge you to reconsider this decision. Listen to the people who are actually doing this work every day. Look at the data, look at the real stories like my grandson's, and ask yourself if this is truly what is best for our children, because right now this decision is not in their best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Eleanor Williams, Gareth Williams, and Danica Williams.
I'm Eleanor Williams, and I'm a student at Eagle Valley Middle School. School staff, particularly social workers, are important for all students. They have impacts large and small to many students. In my own experience, I had Miss Stephanie at Seeliger who made a large impact on my life. And I know that there are other students at other schools with their own Miss Stephanie who feel the same. School social workers are amazing people and probably some of the nicest people that I have encountered in this district. From my experience, I always went to Miss Stephanie when I was feeling down and sad, and when I was done meeting with her, I wasn't sad or down anymore. In 2022, I was in 4th grade. My grandma had just passed away. She was the one person I could go to after my grandma passed away because she actually understood me and what I was going through. I don't go to Seeliger anymore, but my brothers do, and when there is back-to-school events in the beginning of the school year, I will always go looking for her. When I do go looking for her, she still remembers me, which shows how much she cares for her students and even former students. I hope that you will maintain funding our social workers and other staff to ensure our students get the same care that they have had. Thank you.
Thank you. Gareth? Gareth, Danica, and then Molly McGregor.
Hi, my name is Gareth Williams. I am a student at Seeliger Elementary School, and with our social workers, Mrs. Stephanie, I have a hard time learning because I have ADHD and I freak out, I get anxiety. I don't know what to do, but when I go to Miss Stephanie, she's the one that can help. If I get scared or people make me uncomfortable or threats to me, I go to her and she talks me out of it. And I feel good again because when I first walk in, I'm still scared to even go to school. And when I first walk into her classroom, I feel really comfortable there. It's like a second home to me because it's like calm, it's warm, and I can actually speak freely and someone actually understands. And normally when I talk to other people, like my teachers, students, they always, some of them understand, some of them don't. And when I go to Miss Stephanie, she helps. So this idea of getting rid of social workers, I don't agree on that because they help us a lot, and I don't know what my life at Seeliger would be anymore without Miss Stephanie and the other social workers.
Thank you. Danica, Molly McGregor, and then Bailey Barber.
For the record, my name is Dr. Danica Williams. I'm a parent of 3 children, 2 of which you just met, in the Carson City School District. I'm also a former Carson City student and a public health professional. I also serve on the Carson City School District Family Life Advisory Committee. I'm speaking today as a parent whose children have been directly helped by the very positions you may be considering cutting under Agenda Item 13. I have 1 daughter at Eagle Valley Middle School who previously attended Seeliger and 2 sons currently at Seeliger. Every one of my children has needed help at some point from school social workers, intervention specialists, or student support staff. These people are not extras. They are part of what makes school a safe place for our kids. A few years ago, my family went through one of the hardest experiences we have faced. My mother, who cared for my children while my husband and I worked, was diagnosed with cancer and passed away only a few months later. My children were incredibly close to her. Their world changed overnight, but school did not stop. They still had to show up every day and try to learn while carrying grief that even adults struggle to handle. It was the school support staff who carried them through that time. At Sealiger Elementary School, Miss Stephanie, the school social worker, became a household name in our home. When my children needed somewhere to go when emotions hit during the school day, she was there. When they could not explain why they were sad or overwhelmed, she was there. When grief made it impossible to focus on learning, she was there. Teachers educate our children's minds. People like Miss Stephanie care for their hearts. Without that support, my children would not be where they are today. My daughter would not be in honor society if she had fallen behind during that time. My sons would not be growing into the young men they are becoming without the staff who step in early to help kids handle big emotions before they turn into bigger problems. As a parent, I send my children to school every morning trusting they are safe, not just physically, but emotionally. I trust that if something happens during the day, there is someone there who knows how to help them get through it. As a public health professional, I can tell you that cutting these positions does not make problems go away. It moves them. We see the effects in discipline, mental health crises, absenteeism, and sometimes tragedies people later ask how they could have been prevented. We talk about preventing youth suicide. We talk about preventing violence in schools. We talk about helping children succeed. These staff are part of how we do that. Before coming tonight, I asked my children what Miss Stephanie means to them. Their full words are in my written submission, but my 10-year-old told me she helps me. She talks me through it. She says you can do this, get through the day. And when she says that, I always get through the day. Miss Stephanie has changed my life at school. Budgets matter, but so do children. As you consider agenda item 13, please remember, the cost savings of cutting these positions will show up in the budget, but the cost of losing them will show up in our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly McGregor, Bailey Barber, and then Lindsay Bly.
For the record, my name is Molly McGregor. I'm a social worker at Carson Middle School. I didn't prepare anything tonight because I have no words. If after a decade of service you guys don't understand what we do, I have no words to describe what we do. I hear everyone here tonight, and I am overwhelmed and amazed at all of the people here in support of the work we do. But what are our babies going to do? You know, the elementary school has nobody. I'm the secondary level. I'm expendable. I have counselors who are amazing. What are those babies going to do? What contractor is going to fill a 70-person caseload plus an extra 40 to 70 people experiencing homelessness and food insecurity? What contractor is going to take my role and trudge behind the field of St. Teresa's looking for a family that's living in a tent? What contractor is going to do that? What contractor is going to come in and work with these kids every day, provide therapy when they need it, billable services, by the way? Even if we don't have all clinicians on staff, we are all, every one of us, all 12 of us, providing viable billable services, which has not really been discussed by this board. I didn't hear anybody defending that last time we met and discussed this. There was no discussion of that. And I hear no discussion directly to our team, who are qualified mental health professionals, who some of us have been to school for the equivalent of a doctorate degree. We are experts in our field. These kids need us here. They need you to know that you care about them. And what contractor is going to do that? You know, we are seeing unprecedented numbers of homelessness, unprecedented numbers of suicidal ideation and attempts, unprecedented numbers of homicidal ideation. I am the only person at my school site this year that has identified active homicidal ideation with method, plan, and intent, and developed those safety plans. You are creating, by eliminating all of us, a massive safety and liability issue that I don't even think you have begun to understand. These children are worth it. And in a world that is so chaotic, somebody needs to know that that $1.3 million is worth it, that we are sustainable and can sustain our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Bailey Barber, Lindsay Bly, and then Carrie Pryor.
Good evening, members of the board. I stood before you in February asking you to see the value of school social workers. Tonight, I'm asking you who will take the responsibility of what happens if we're gone. Before you make this decision, I have one request. Answer the hard questions. Because if these positions are eliminated, the needs do not disappear, the crises do not disappear, and the students do not disappear. Since the last meeting, I have gone through a cycle of grief. I've felt sadness and anger. I felt frustrated and disenfranchised by systems that should support the work that we do, and yet I am still here advocating for the 12 school social workers who for the first time will cost this district money, but whose impact on students is immeasurable. Every student deserves someone in their corner, and every student's corner looks a little different. For some, it's a friendly face in the halls. For others, it's an adult they turn to when their life is falling apart. This is the reality of our work. From comforting a student who lost a pet, to sitting with a teen grieving a parent, to safety planning and connecting families to therapy, food, housing, and other resources. We're the bridge from the school to home to the community. The need is urgent. According to the 2021 Nevada Youth Risk Behavior Survey, 45% of teenagers felt sad or hopelessness almost every day for 2 or more weeks. 22% seriously considered attempting suicide. 22% made a plan for how they would attempt suicide. And 12% actually attempted suicide. 5% had an attempt that required medical treatment. So before these positions are eliminated, I ask again, who takes their place? Who will respond when a student is suicidal or being abused? Who will help support McKinney-Vento students while at school? Who will distribute food and basic need items, manage school resource programs, or coach teachers through mandated reports? Who de-escalates students in crisis? Who will run prevention programs like Week of Respect, Mental Health Month, Erica's Lighthouse, and SOS? Who will build enough trust that students feel safe sharing the hardest things in their lives? A trusted adult and a contractor are not the same. You cannot contract out crisis. You cannot contract out abuse. You cannot contract out day-to-day support, community resource linkage, or school social worker. At Silver Campus, I have worked with 68 out of our 82 students this year. Every day I see the impact: a student who can focus after a tragedy, a teen with anxiety, a parent guided to resources, and these moments save futures. Investing in social workers is not a cost. It is an investment in student success, healthier families, stronger communities. It's prevention, it's hope, and it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Lindsay Bly, Carrie Pryor, and then Wilma Johnson.
Hi, I am Lindsay Bly, a teacher at Sealiger Elementary. And I just came to talk to you guys because if the choice is not accepted to keep social workers at every single elementary school, every single middle school, high school, needs must be, then you will be effectively crippling Carson City School District. You will be taking away the opportunity for every single student to come to school, have a safe place to be themselves, have a safe place to be in general, and a safe place to learn. If we want those great test scores that are so important and big, we need to provide a place where kids can be kids, where they aren't worried about if they have food, if they are safe. As a teacher, if I did not have a social worker at my school last year, I would have had to evacuate my room multiple times a month, which now destroys my students' learning opportunity for my whole class, as well as the class that we have to evacuate into for at least 30 minutes while that student is helped by admin if they're not already handling several other students in crisis. As a teacher, I am not qualified, trained, or licensed to help students going through suicidal ideations or self-harm. I am not qualified or trained or licensed to help students get food, help families get food, clothing, and safety when they can't at home, either because of financial strength issues or because of neglect. I am not qualified, licensed, or trained to help students and families create a returning to class plan after they have been hospitalized or removed from the classroom. I am not qualified, trained, or skilled in helping students who are going through physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse of any type. That is not my job as a teacher. As much as I would love it to be, I need to be able to educate my students and give them all the chance to learn that they can. I need someone who has that skill, who has that experience to help those students in the right ways, ways that I cannot, ways that I wish I could but don't know how to. And if we do not have a social worker at every site, those students are not going to trust a contractor. They're not going to trust a shared social worker to open up to be honest with. Families will not trust a stranger that they see maybe once a month if they aren't helping other schools. Furthermore, we are going to have a lot of upset parents if we do not have someone for these students when they are having a hard time. We are going to have parents who are upset their own child's learning is being taken away from them because a student doesn't have the ability, whether it's a behavioral, a cognitive, or an emotional struggle to regulate themselves. It is not fair to all of the students and them to not learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Pryor, William Johnson, if you'll be ready, and then Sarah Romeo.
Carrie Pryor, principal of Seeliger Elementary School. I'm not sure what I can add to the already outcry to support our social workers, but I often say silence is acceptance. And that means that if you don't speak up for what you believe in or advocate by being silent, you're accepting it. And so I'm going to offer my voice, whether it will change the outcome or not. I want to start by acknowledging the weight of the decisions before you, our board. When resources are limited, prioritization becomes unavoidable, and none of these choices are easy. Every position in our district represents a person who contributes to students and schools, and I want to be very clear that advocating for one role does not mean or is not meant to diminish the value of any other position that may be affected by these reductions. However, I am here tonight to advocate strongly for maintaining elementary social workers in Carson City School District. Without them, 3,000 elementary students will be left without access to Tier 1 mental health services. At Al Seeliger, I have seen firsthand the work of a social worker and how far it goes beyond what can be captured in a job description. Miss Stephanie, our social worker, is a confidant to students who need a safe, trusted adult, often the one person they feel comfortable turning to when everything else feels uncertain. When a student is in crisis, she is consistently the first to respond. In crisis situations, she brings calm, training, and compassion into moments that can quickly escalate. Her presence protects students, supports staff, and restores a sense of safety across campus. And after those moments pass, she checks on everyone involved, the student, the staff, and others impacted, making sure no one is left carrying that weight alone. In my 31 years in education, I can say that Miss Stephanie has also been one of my greatest mentors. She has coached me as a school leader to pause, to use my wise mind, and to proceed with awareness, to consider our school goals, my thoughts and feelings, the situation, and the perspective of others. That kind of coaching from an exceptional mental health provider, educator, and advocate for growth and self-awareness has made me a better school leader. And at Seeliger, everyone, including the principal, is always learning. Beyond individual situations, elementary school social workers are deeply embedded in the overall functioning of our schools. They provide staff training, support our MTSS systems as case managers, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. William Johnson, Sarah Romeo, and then Nate Smith.
Good evening. My name is Wilma Johnson. I've been working for 16 years for the school district from elementary to high school. Currently, I'm at Rich Elementary, and I can tell you this. What our students are bringing into the classroom today is heavier than ever before. It's not just academics anymore, it's anxiety, instability, trauma, and situations at home that many children don't know how to process. There have been many times when a student behavior or academic performance suddenly changed, and it wasn't until our social worker became involved that we understood why. In some cases, these students were dealing with things no child should ever have to carry. Parents going through divorce, no food at home, constant conflict, neglect, and even abuse. Without a social worker, these situations just don't disappear. They just go unseen. And those students risk being labeled as behavior problems instead of children who need help. And what we are seeing in our schools right now is that behavior is escalating. Teachers are already being asked to do more than ever: drive academic growth, prepare students for testing, close learning gaps, and at the same time, manage increasingly challenging and sometimes unsafe behaviors. There is simply no capacity left to also take on the level of social and emotional support many students now require. That's where social workers come in. They are not extra, they are not a luxury, they are essential. They help students regulate, cope, and return to learning. They support families. They help prevent situations from escalating before they become a crisis. We cannot expect academic success without emotional support. The two go hand in hand. Removing social workers doesn't just take away support, it creates a gap. For some of our students, school is the only place where they feel safe, supported, and seen. For some, we're the consistency they don't have anywhere else. If we truly want these children to grow up into positive, functioning members of society, then the team supporting them needs to stay intact. And right now, that team is working. There's a saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Removing social workers is not fixing anything, it's taking away something that is already helping. If anything, our students need more support right now, not less. If expectations for our students and educators continue to rise, then the support systems must remain in place. Without them, we are not setting our school up for success. We are setting them up to struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Sarah, Romeo, Nate Smith, and then if Marianne Giddens would be ready.
For the record, my name is Sarah Romeo, and I'm here on behalf of Recess. I have children aging 21, 18, 17, 13, and 7, which has taken me through elementary about 15 years now. And I was part of the parent group that originally came to the school board fighting for recess. And this is a complete turnover in the new board. So just a little history as to why we were there. We had a principal change at Fritch Elementary, which we had 3 recesses instituted. And the new principal knocked it down to 2, and he counted that morning recess before instruction started as a 3rd recess. And so that's why we went to the school board, so that we could make a firm policy so that at individual sites and individual administrators couldn't change just how they wanted to. And at that time, we supported with American Pediatric Associates and CDC, and you're going to have additional parents that will give you that information as well. But essentially, that board moved forward with the 3 recesses, 15 minutes each or 45 minutes total of that important learning period for students to be included in their school day. I feel like I came prepared, ready to argue the social, emotional, and learning part of recess, and I feel that it goes hand in hand with what the other parents are saying with the social workers and how important that is. But for your website, it says your goals for SEL are to promote student self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationships, and responsible decision-making skills. Improve students' attitudes and beliefs about self, others, and school, and to better the test scores, more confident students with greater drive for success. When you have recess, Students are able to work on their adaptation and coping skills, including perseverance and self-control, are required during these interactions. These skills are necessary in life to deal effectively with others. Withholding recess may actually limit development of important skills in kids who need them most. In Stanford, there was a study, and it said, a high-quality recess program can help students feel more engaged, safer, and positive about the school day. Positive school climate has been linked to a host of favorable student outcomes from attendance to achievement. Recess isn't normally considered part of a school climate and often is shortchanged in tight fiscal times, but our research shows that it can be a critical contributor to positive school climate and low-income elementary students.
Thank you. Nate, Marianne, and then Amanda Barlow.
Thank you. Don't usually come to these things, but heard that recess might be reduced, and given what I have heard in the previous hour, I can't see how that student wellness and well-being is not at the forefront of everything we're trying to do here. So, there's a million studies we can show you. I looked up a quick search right before I came. I can send you 30 positive studies about recess and outdoor time and the benefits that has towards children. It's often the primary source of physical activity for a lot of students. Scheduled breaks reduce stress and burnout in students, improving classroom readiness, which again, based on everything that we've heard, can only improve the situation for the student. So again, urge you guys not to take away recess from children. It's not uncommon that my kids come home from school having not eaten their lunch and not had enough time to play, and that's with adequate breaks or semi-adequate breaks right now. So urge you guys, please do not take recess away from kids.
Thank you. Marianne Giddens, Amanda Barlow, and then Brad Barber.
I am Marianne Giddens, mom of 3 children, 2 who attend Bordewick Bray. I am an involved parent who works a full-time job, and I have also dedicated countless hours to volunteering because I believe in partnership between parents and school. I come here tonight to express my overwhelming concern and disappointment with the district's consideration to change the policy for recess. Recess is critical to social emotional learning, which is identified in the CCSD wellness policy and regulations. In fact, non-structured play is a critical component of SEL with benefits including increased creativity, play through cooperation and negotiation, problem solving, stress relief, and improved academic performance and brain function. Quite simply, recess is developmentally beneficial. And on the heels, again, of everything we've heard tonight, it seems even more important. The new policy proposal reduces the overall recess time by 34%. And I cannot help but wonder, how do we find ourselves in a place where we are looking to make cuts in recess? For decades in our system of modern education, recess has been a fixture in school days and arguably the best part of the day for some kids. In my opinion, reducing recess will ultimately make our kids suffer as a result of adult mismanagement somewhere along the pathway. Why are we proposing to reduce recess time? There are 410 minutes in each school day. What is the justification to reduce recess from 45 minutes to 30 minutes each day? What are we trying to accomplish? And if the answer does not provide a benefit to the students' overall well-being, then we are doing a disservice to them. I believe that when most adults reflect on childhood experience, some of the fondest memories are recess, playing tag, learning invaluable life lessons without even knowing it. Additionally, the proposed policy eliminates the following verbiage. Cognitive processing and academic performance depend on regular breaks from classroom work. To be effective, these breaks should be sufficient to allow the student to mentally decompress. Why would we eliminate this verbiage? It clearly states some of the benefits and importance of recess. My youngest son does not love school, but he is an excellent student. He is respectful, he is empathetic, and he works very hard. And during recess, he also plays hard and works out his pent-up energy. I am confident that he, as well as most other kids, play at recess. They are better students for it, and quite frankly, you might achieve the overall better results that you're actually seeking from students. Reducing the time of recess is counterintuitive to trying to get the best out of our kids. I would argue that we should give more recess. Studies show this to be true. Although my kids do well academically, in our home, things such as academic scoring and MAP testing do not define them. We are trying to raise well-rounded kids who have honesty, integrity, and do their best every day. This should not be about how much work students can endure, but rather how the school supports learning and development while making it fun so that kids are engaged and ready to learn.
Thank you. Amanda Barlow, Brad Barber, and then Christine Wagner.
Good evening, and thank you for your time this evening. Schools are being asked to assume quite a bit right now. Lots of
I'm
responsibilities.
sorry, could you speak more into the microphone? Thank you.
Thank you.
And state your name for the record.
Amanda Barlow. Schools are being asked to assume a lot of responsibilities right now. They're a safe haven for so many children. First, social workers provide valuable support to our most vulnerable children. They bring unique knowledge and skill to the school system and the students they service. They support teachers and children and families beyond the classroom so that children can improve their ability to perform academically. I can't imagine taking this resource out of schools. Second, I also want to speak in favor of recess for children. Recess provides many benefits to children, as my other parents have indicated here. It improves focus and memory and also gives children a chance to decompress and just run around and have some free time. Pushing children by removing recess hinders their ability to develop academically, socially, and emotionally. As an employee, I'm entitled to a 15-minute break every morning, a 15-minute break every afternoon, and a 30 to 60-minute lunch. Why would we not give this to our children as well? I think that by some of the things that we're considering here today are very hard choices. They're hard budgetary choices, they're hard school choices in general, but I don't think they're going to be good for our children long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Barber, Christine Wagner, and then
My name's Brad Barber, and it's a sad day in Carson City when child and teenage mental health seems to be taking the back seat. You know, I've been an emergency substitute teacher for a couple years, and I can tell you almost 2 or 3 times a week there was an incident in the classroom, and I'm so grateful to these ladies for coming and helping me. You know, I know some of these ladies personally, and they work their butts off. You know, they take this job. It's not a job. It's their life. It's their livelihood, you know, and they take it very seriously, and they take their, you know, I told my kids, don't take your work home. They take their work home. You know, they care about these kids, and it's just tough. You know, I was heartbroken the other day. My daughter told me, Dad, I'm going to lose my job. So I need to prepare all these teachers and counselors with the tools to help my kids, you know? And man, it was just really heartbreaking. So, you know, I feel for these young ladies that work so hard, you know? And I just hope that you guys can reconsider and find an alternative, you know, because I really feel that we need these. This is not just our future. These are these kids' future, right? These are the children, you know? Who's going to take care of this stuff if these ladies don't do this? So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Wagner, Maggie Utzall, and then Caitlin Chacon.
Hi, my name is Christine Wagner. I'm a teacher at Fritsch Elementary. I'm in my 18th year of teaching. During that time, I have witnessed significant and concerning changes in both the family dynamic and student behavior. Each year, student conduct has become increasingly severe, aggressive, and at times violent. What was once an occasional issue involving one student has now become a daily reality involving multiple students. I have personally been spat on. I've had chairs, books, and other objects thrown at me. I have intervened situations where students were attempting to harm one another. I've been told to shut up, called stupid, directed to F off, and called an effing bitch by 8 and 9-year-olds. I ask you, would you tolerate this for your mother, your wife, your sister, or your daughter? Well, I am a mother, I am a daughter, and I am a sister. This currently is reality for educators. Additionally, staff members are being threatened with physical violence by students and at times by parents. These are not isolated incidences. They occur daily across our classrooms. As school staff, we are expected to manage and endure this behavior. However, outside the school setting, many of these same actions, particularly towards public officials, would be considered assault and would be addressed accordingly. The lack of consistent accountability for students and parents in the areas of behavior, academics, homework, and attendance is contributing to this growing problem. We are also seeing a concerning shift in priorities. For some, a 15-minute recess is treated as more important than learning or appropriate behavior, using a small portion of that time to help a student complete an assignment they refuse to do in class, or to review work missed due to absences and vacations, or to have them refocus and reflect on behavior is reasonable and does not harm a child. Students are currently receiving more recess time than is required by NRS. If recess is truly a priority, then move breakfast out of the classroom and back to the cafeteria. This would provide a more effective balance while addressing ongoing concerns about food waste, cleanliness, and behavior in the classroom. Each year, academic expectations continue to rise while proficiency standards and pacing increases, yet support that helps students meet these expectations, such as interventionists, are being reduced. The gap between student performance and grade level, performing at grade level, and those significantly below.
Thank you. I'm sorry, thank you. And if you have additional, you can submit it. Maggie?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said if you have additional comments, please feel free to email it to
Okay.
the school district.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Then Caitlin Chacon and Katrina Blues.
Good? Yeah. Okay. All right, nice. Okay, hello.
It's Maggie Utzel. That would be Maggie. You go please first. Maggie, please go first.
So good afternoon, those here and not, and to all members of the board. I'm here today to discuss one miracle that happened into my life because of one single person. When I first started in my high school career, I wasn't who you see standing here before you today. I was closed off, scared, and sad. I looked for every excuse not to go home because just for a little longer, I didn't have to go back to the silence of an empty room and the bombardment of my own self-worth. My self-worth was so low that during the beginning years, I landed in the hospital twice with ketoacidosis because I just thought that my diabetes wasn't worth taking care of because of everything that was going on. I was just going through the motions, and I wanted to go survive one more day. After so long of that behavior, a well-made mask formed. Then a new person entered my life. She listened to what I had to say without trying to immediately push me off to someone else. She held my hand through some of the hardest times in my life, like my grandfather being diagnosed with Alzheimer's, the man I look up to more than anyone in my life, or me dealing with the grief and regret after losing one of my best friends due to a brain tumor. She pushed me forward. She gave me resources that genuinely helped me and made me feel like a person. I became the student representative of Pioneer, then the Silver Campus for a time, and even the president of the National Honor Society before it was dissolved to the main campus. One of the most notable things is she was recommending me to a summer camp called RILA that taught me service above self, which sparked my passion for helping others and in the process gave me peace of mind. I went back to that summer camp as a student counselor, which was one of the best weekends I've ever had because I got to help a group of 8th graders realize that they're not alone going into their high school career. She pushed me towards my passion for art, and now I'm achieving my 3-year-long dream, something I thought wasn't possible because I thought dreams just never came true. Now I'm the apprentice at Hooligans Ink Tattoo, with one of the best mentors known to man in my stead. I'm here today because one person saw potential and was willing to cultivate that and encourage that potential. That person is Miss Bailey Barber, the school social worker you'll lose. Along with her, every school social worker who has helped every student here today, and so many more. I carry with me a page full of 53 signatures. 53 signatures that power my voice, which is out of 82 from the Silver Campus. I required these signatures in 10 minutes. People care so much about her that they're willing to sign immediately without a second thought. If you fire every school social worker, you'll lose the thread that binds these schools, the motivation to build a passion-filled future after high school, and we will
Thank you,
damn well
Maggie.
fight for it.
Thank you. Caitlin, so Caitlin Chacon, and then Katrina Blues.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Chacon, and I teach second grade at Seeliger Elementary. Our students need a social worker. Without emotional regulation, students cannot access our rigorous curriculums. Our students are dealing with stress, anxiety, trauma, and other factors. Our social workers support these students in dealing with those factors using effective coping strategies. I deeply care about my students, but I am not a therapist or a social worker, and I do not have the specialized training that students in our schools need. If we want our students to be successful, they need social emotional tools. I must ask, who will teach our students these tools without our social workers? We must support our students. To do this, we must keep our social workers. They are integral to this mission. I do not know all of our social workers, but I do know how amazing they are in our schools. However, I am privileged to work with our social worker, Miss Stephanie. She keeps our school safe and is always willing to help anyone in need, whether that's a student, someone on our staff, and me. The students love her, trust her, and are always excited to see her. She's an integral part of our team. Our students deserve to feel safe and loved at school. Miss Stephanie makes our students feel safe and loved at school. Please don't take their safe space away. I urge you to support our students. I urge you to come to our school to see everything Miss Stephanie does in just one day. I urge you to support the funding of our social workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Katrina Blues?
Okay. Hi, thank you. My name is Katerina Blues, and my daughter spoke earlier tonight, and just fingers crossed we can do the same thing here. I'm not here just as a teacher in our district. I do teach second grade at Seeliger, but I'm also here as a parent. I get to see our schools from two very different perspectives. I get to see it from my classroom, and I get to see it from my kitchen table at home. And from both of those places, I can say with certainty that our school needs social workers. When people think about schools, they often think about reading and math and science and test scores. We have SBAC coming, and those things matter. But the truth is that learning cannot happen if a child is overwhelmed by the challenges outside of the classroom. Every day, students walk through our doors carrying things that you cannot see. Some children are trying to focus on reading while they're worrying about if their family has a place to sleep that night. Others are dealing with bullying, depression, or other problems at home. Social workers are often our first line of support for those students, that tier 1, that tier 2. They're the people who notice when a student becomes withdrawn. They help a child process grief from losing a loved one. They connect families with programs and counseling, housing assistance, and community resources. They step in before that small problem becomes a huge crisis. As a teacher, I care deeply about my students, but I am not trained as a therapist, as a crisis counselor, or a family resource coordinator. Social workers bring that specialized training and the time that the students and families need. Without our social workers, teachers are being asked to take on that role. When a social worker helps a student stabilize emotionally, that student can return to our classroom ready to learn. When those families receive the support they need, attendance improves, behavior improves, and academic success will follow. As a parent, I want my children to be successful, academically, but more than anything, I want them to grow up in a community where they know that there are adults who will help them when something is wrong. I want my children to know that there is a safe person they can go to. I can't speak for every school in our district, but I know mine, and I know Miss Stephanie truly helps keep things running. She's there for the students and the staff. She brings a calmness to a situation that might otherwise feel overwhelming. Our students trust her. Our teachers rely on her. And our school community is stronger because she's there. If we truly want everyone to succeed in our classrooms and in life, we must support the whole child, not just the academic part of them. Social workers are not an extra. They're an essential part of our system. And if you don't see their value, please come hang out with Stephanie for a day. Come hang out in my classroom and see how many times you'll see her. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all of the signed public comment that we have. Is there any additional public comment?
I had questions that I put down.
We cannot answer questions during public comment. So, please state your name.
Is it on? Okay. My name is Robin Mazie. I am a teacher here in the Carson City School District, and I am a kindergarten teacher at Empire. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to speak, so I'm a little nervous, but I'll make it quick. Our social workers are preventative care. If you take a person to the doctor, you're doing preventative care. If you give a person meds, you're doing preventative care. Our social workers are preventing suicides. They're preventing children from being abused. They're preventing children from becoming suicidal. They're preventing our children from being afraid of adults who are there to help them. They are preventing families from being torn apart because of homelessness and putting more resources that we don't have into the system that's already broken. We need our social workers. I have probably one of the lowest classrooms in this district with only 11 students. Every single one of them has anxiety of some sort. And there is one particular that I send to Miss Patty because she is the quiet one. She is the one that will go unnoticed if you weren't paying attention. This child will cry quietly and you won't notice. This child is terrified that both her parents are going to die. And she won't talk to me, not because she's afraid, but because she knows that she's safe with me. She knows she can talk to me, but she doesn't want to ruin her friendships having fun. She doesn't want to ruin the fun that we're having in class. So she needs that person to talk to cry to, because she knows with Miss Patty, she can break down and have those tears and not have her friends tease her or her friends be afraid to hold her. She knows that she can come to me and I'll hold her all day if I have to. I've done it twice today with 2 of my students because they just break down in tears and they just need to be held. I can't do that for all 11, and I couldn't imagine doing that for all 25 every single second of the day. And I've done it before. It's hard. We need Miss Patty. We need all of our social workers. Please find a different solution instead of taking them away, because then you're preventing the prevention. You're taking away something that we need to prevent the harm that you have heard that's going to happen, the fear that's going to happen. We need our social workers. Please find a different way to solve this. Thank you.
Next, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Claudia. I'm here because I am worried. I'm worried for my kids, for all the kids. Social workers are being, I'll say, as like a second parents. They take care of them. They help even with something I can't. Sometimes I can't, like, even control my emotions, you know? I can help them control their emotions. So, and they feel safe with them. They feel they can trust them. They help them. I have a 7-year-old, which he's on Sealiger Elementary. Miss Stephanie has helped him. Like, I don't have a word, but he used to be very aggressive with me and with everybody, all the kids. He used to be like scratching me, hitting me. It's been good time that that's not happening. And it makes me happy to have them because I know if they need help, they're there. I feel good when they're at school. I feel like they are saved on school. They have somebody that look for them. Sorry, I'm just.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Give me-
Next, please state your name.
My name is Faith Barber, and I don't have anything prepared because I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I went to a behavioral health meeting. It's a behavioral health task force, not this month, but for last month. And we had a presentation by Carson Tahoe Hospital, and the whole presentation was on their strategic plan, and that we have an epidemic, and our highest need in Carson City is youth mental health. And then when I heard that the school social workers were being cut, it doesn't make sense to me. And there's nothing that I can say that everyone else didn't say. I know you guys have a really tough job, and I know that money doesn't fall from trees, and I know about budgets and grants and all the stuff. But I also know that there's got to be a different solution, because I think that this is not going to help. It's going to cause an issue, and it's going to cost a lot more money than it's going to save, because you're going to have teachers that can't teach. You're going to have law enforcement having to go to the schools. It's everything that's been said tonight, and I just wouldn't have felt right about myself if I didn't say something about this presentation that I saw about youth mental health. We didn't used to have the things that we have going on when all of us were in school. Do I know what the issue is? I have opinions, but that doesn't matter. You know, the tablets, the internet, all the things that the kids are exposed to today. But we didn't have the need that we have. And today, we have a need. We have a need for these ladies that I know. My daughter's a social worker at one of the schools, and I know for a fact that she feeds 6 families every week. She goes and gets food for these kids on her own time and brings it in. I don't know who's going to do that, a contractor? The teachers can't, they don't have time. So anyways, thank you for listening, and I hope you listened to everyone else here tonight, and I'm sure you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes, please state your name for the record.
Tracy Angel. I am fortunate that I have been able to work with all of the social workers here with my job. I'm an advocate for domestic violence and sexual assault. I put that aside. That is not why I'm here. I'm coming to you as a parent who recently got a phone call of a kiddo at the high school who was suicidal. If that social worker had not been there at that moment and at that time and had built that trust over this year in the high school, I can tell you that outcome could have been very different. After that kiddo spent quality time at a great facility here, which Carson City is lucky to have now, it's with the work that our social workers are doing that we're able to help the kiddos within our school. I know that you guys have a tough job and that budgets are hard and grants and everything, but I want you to consider once these social workers who work tirelessly every day, if they're gone, what does that do to the students, your attendance, and to the success of our school district? I was proud of Carson City School District for accepting our students and accepting our social workers and putting them on as employees. I know that that's not the common for our state, but I was proud of Carson City. Right now, this decision and what is in front of you, I am not proud to be part of. I hope that you reconsider and that you do find a solution to help our kiddos, because I know that we don't know what's happening at home or with anything that's going on, and the teachers and the administrative already have so much that they're doing. These social workers are working and they're making an impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, gentleman at the end.
I am Logan Hodes. I am a student at Seeliger Elementary, and I deeply believe that we need to keep social workers at the school. If we start at the beginning, when social workers were added to the school, over 60% fewer incidents involved police or law enforcement at the schools. And when we have to have a police member come to the school, in the end, it actually ends up costing more money than if we were to just keep the social workers at the schools. And not only that, but the amount of incidents went down when the social workers came to the schools. The social workers are the kids' safety. When they need someone to talk to, they're not going to go talk to a police officer about what's going on, because you don't just have the same trust. But when the social workers are there, you can really talk to or express yourself because they will listen. Because the police officers do a good job at their job, but they're not there to calm down the student and make them feel safe. We need these social workers so they can do their job. And I believe that we need to find a way to be able to keep social workers at the school so that we won't go, or you guys won't go over budget, and that way we can still keep them at the school, keep the kids' safety, and keep the kids learning if we keep the social workers. When we keep the social workers, if a kid crashes out in the classroom, he's not only stopping, or they aren't stopping themselves from learning. They're stopping maybe not even the class, maybe multiple classes around. So we need to keep the social workers. That way we can continue the learning of other students.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Brooke Schlotman. I'm coming to you with the perspective of a registered nurse out in the community. I have had the unique opportunity to be present in the inpatient adolescent facilities in the community. And I apologize that this is heavy, but I've also been present in the hospital in the ER during what's called a donor walk for teenagers that have committed suicide. That is where the teenager who lost their life to suicide and the family is donating their organs to another family because they have lost their child. So I'm here to say that I've seen the tier 3, a lot of the tier 3. And every time we have one of these, we wonder, what can we do? How can we have avoided this? What did we miss? What could we have done to avoid being here? And the answer is tier 1 and tier 2. It's your social workers. It's the care that avoids getting us all the way to tier 3 and these crisis situations. So I just am here to ask you to reconsider, because the value that these social workers provide is just immeasurable. And I thank every one of you social workers for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Please state your name.
Mike Mathis. I was a special education teacher for a dozen years at Eagle Valley Middle School, so I'm very familiar with challenges teachers, administrators face. Went back to school, got a master's in social work, and now work at a community mental health center as a psychiatric case worker. And I have literally worked with dozens of students and families in the district as a liaison into outside community services. And that has given me a perspective that social workers are my prime point of contact in order to find out about these families so I can meet their needs. Right now, literally, I have a 10-year-old student who is incarcerated, who is looking for a residential treatment facility, and another student whose family is homeless, living in the DV shelter. And I am getting a referral for another person, apparently from Carson Middle School, I just found out about today. All of that is in the past 2 days. Okay. School social workers are absolutely essential for my job as much as anything, because I can go into the community and into the schools, find out what is happening with the kids, then try and target our interventions with the community and what we have out there in order to meet the needs of the families. Without them, simply put, again, I was a special ed teacher. Admin can't do it. Counselors can't do it all. School social workers are the key ability I have to serve the families in this community, dozens of people over the years. So please, definitely beg that you guys reconsider this decision, because this does not stop. The issues that we're talking about right now will continue. Once they graduate, it doesn't just poof, vanish, and all the issues go away. They're still there. This affects the community and will for years to come. Okay, it's not simply a matter of holding hands. I'm not trying to be patronizing, but bottom line is the services they're doing will directly affect the community as a whole for years to come. Just no other way around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please press yes. Make sure it's green and then state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Rhett Garrett, and I'm fairly new to the Carson City community, but I'm here because I'm married to my hero, a high school social worker, and there's probably not a whole lot that I can say that hasn't already been said tonight, but I've been here at a couple of the last school board meetings, listening to them online, and I believe at one of them you mentioned you got something like 30 plus emails reaching out to you. You asked some really pointed questions to the last one, that who's going to take over the responsibilities that cutting this position would ending up causing. And I urge you to really deeply investigate that. I think a lot of the people that they're considering can step into this role are not actually qualified or not willing. I've heard different things from just getting to be into this amazing community. And I think it's clear where the community stands. I think you guys have all heard it over and over tonight, and we'll continue hearing it. So I hope that you guys decide to put kind of your money where your mouth is and represent the community, because I think this is just a huge, huge issue to every level, from kids to parents. And yeah, there's not a whole lot that I can say that hasn't already been said, but I think this is just a deeply important issue. And I know that you guys have talked about at one of the last meetings, no new budgeting, because you guys are in such a huge deficit. But I know the budget also goes to brand new stadium lights, and I don't know how much that is more important than the well-being of our children's health. So thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Samantha Samso. I am a paraprofessional on the Silver campus, but I'm also coming here as the Carson High wrestling coach to bring an athletic perspective into the school social workers. But on a personal note, I was a 15-year-old who lost their dad, who did not have a social worker in their corner. I slipped through the cracks, and I struggled really, really hard to get myself back on track. And if I had a social worker, like I work with Miss Bailey every single day, who these kids have so many struggles, and she builds them back up and she gets them ready for school. If I had somebody like that, I think I would have been way more successful in my life. I didn't go to college. I'm restarting my life at 27. And I just want to say, this is someone who didn't have anybody in their corner, like Miss Bailey does every single day to these students. but also I have kids on my wrestling team who struggle when they get hurt, and their only identity is a sport, but now they can't wrestle. I'm not qualified, as much as I wish I could, to provide them that support. I tell them to reach out to their social workers, their counselors, to help them build an identity outside of that sport. The crisis of suicide rates of kids who think athletics is their whole identity and then they lose it is so high. And I think if we pull social workers and mental health professionals outside of that, we're losing athletes. We're losing just regular old kids. And I just wanted to bring that up. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we are going to take a 5-minute recess. Board members, we will see you back at 8:24. Going to go ahead and move on to agenda item number 8. This is the interview and possible action on appointment of applicants to fill the Carson City School District School Board Trustee vacancy of District 5. This is for possible action. And if we could close that door, please. Okay, we do have 2 applicants. And Mr. Sadler, will we be starting with Miss Tina Satuki?
I'm going to connect here to the Zoom, and that would be the intent, is to start with her. Let me just give me a second.
Okay. All right, thank you. And just so the public knows as well, this was, Miss Tatuki had this planned to be away on this weekend for quite some time before this was a scheduled interview date.
Okay, real quick. Ms. Tatuki, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm sitting right in front of the computer here, so let me see if I can turn this up.
Can you put the microphone right by the audio of the computer possibly? You might have to do that. Yes, thank you very much. Can you please try
If
again?
that's the speaker, yeah. Can you say something again, Tina?
Yes, can you hear me?
That's a fan.
Yes.
I think the speakers are.
All right, just a minute.
All right, let's try that again.
All right, this is Tina Satuki. Can you hear me?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Yep. Now you can't see them, though.
I think that's.
I can see myself on screens behind you.
Okay,
It's a
I'll
little-
get my big head out of the way here. So.
Okay, thank you.
It might be a little awkward because the camera's not going to face the board, but I think the way the microphone is right now, that'll be okay here. So.
Okay.
All right, so thank you. And thank you for applying for the vacant seats of the school board trustee. We have a series of questions that we will be asking you. Each board member has a question that they will be asking you, and we'll be going down the line asking those questions. And then at the same time, we will be asking the second applicant, Mr. Steve Reynolds, the same questions as well. So thank you again, and we'll go ahead and start with question number 1.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for waiting. The first question we have is, what interests you in filling this trustee vacancy? Why do you believe you are prepared to step into the role at this time? And are you able to be physically present and actively participate in board meetings and/or other required district meetings on a regular basis? So it's a
Yes, well, oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's kind of a multi-part question.
All right, so if I forget to answer any question, please, please remind me, but I appreciate the board being accommodating with my schedule. I know one of the speakers earlier this evening actually asked the board to take a much more active role in advocating for education in the next state legislative session. And I'm actually in Washington, D.C. right now. It's been a very long day. It's 11:30 my time. But I've spent the day actually speaking with our national legislators, our senators and our congressmen, advocating for funding for education programs here in the state of Nevada. I'm a very proud homeowner in Carson City. I'm blessed to live there, and it's not just where I live, but it's where I'm committed to improving the schools, the lives of our students, and even our community. I've spent my entire career, 30 years in education, working across Nevada to improve systems. And that's really what drives me to sit on this board, because I really want to have the opportunity to improve the system in the community that I live and that I love in. Throughout my career as a teacher, as a school leader, and even in my state leadership roles, I've really seen what has worked well for our students and what hasn't worked well for our students. So I understand a lot of the realities that are facing our schools every day, from balancing resources to supporting educators, the focus on improving student achievement, and of course, maintaining a safe and positive learning environment, as I heard all of our parents and teachers speak earlier today. Currently, I serve as the executive director for the Nevada Association of Career and Technical Education, which again is why I'm in Washington, D.C. I also work for the Nevada Department of Education part-time. And in that work, I've had the opportunity to really see all of the policies that are put in place at the state level that really have a direct impact at the local level. And sometimes a lot of those policies are put in place for good intentions, but they don't see ultimately how they actually impact teachers in their buildings and students in their classrooms. So I think that perspective that I have or can bring to the table makes it a unique opportunity for me to sit on the board because I have seen education from all different levels across the state. And I think that experience will help me help Carson City continue to grow and be the wonderful educational environment it already is.
Thank you. One other part of the question, if you could answer it. Are you able to be physically present and actively participate in board meetings and or other required district meetings on a regular basis?
Yes, I do plan on being present. I know that every March I come to this conference, so it's been on my agenda every year for the last 5 years, meeting with our state senators and our state congressmen. But normally I would plan on being on all the board meetings in person.
Great, thank you. Question number 2.
All right, second question is, what do you see as the proper role of a school board trustee in relation to the superintendent, district staff, and day-to-day operations of the schools?
I see the school board more as a governance mechanism, setting the vision for the school district, establishing policy, ensuring accountability, and making sure that we're making strategic decisions, especially at resources. I know across the state, Carson is not unique. Across the state, all 17 of our school districts are really struggling with our budget deficits right now and finding ways that we have to address those issues, but in ways that have the minimum impact on our students. So I understand that that's kind of the role of the board. The superintendent takes the direction we give him and is in charge of implementing that, right? Leading the district, managing the day-to-day operations and executing that vision. As a board member, I'd be very intentional about staying in that governance role. That means that we focus on outcomes, we ask thoughtful, data-driven questions, and we ensure that everything that we do aligns with our district priorities and results without getting in the weeds of the day-to-day operations.
Great, thank you. Question number 3.
School boards often face difficult decisions under public scrutiny. How would you handle situations where community members strongly disagree with a board decision?
I think the community plays such a part in building a strong educational system. I think the key is transparency and really making sure that every decision we make, and sometimes they're going to have to be very hard decisions, why they're being made, and showing them all the different things that we explore in order to make those decisions. I know it's always difficult, even from my previous experience as a high school principal in Clark County. We were given our budget and we had the autonomous responsibility. I had an $11 million budget. It was my responsibility as a building principal to determine how I was going to staff my building. And sometimes that was very, very difficult. And you try and make those decisions based on what's going to have make the less of a negative impact on your students. But I think you really have to look at the data before you make decisions. You ask for community input, you look at the data.
Great, thank you. Question number 4.
Yes, school district budgets require balancing limited resources with student and staff needs. What experience do you have reviewing budgets, financial reports, or making funding decisions? And how would you approach budget priorities as a trustee?
Well, I kind of just mentioned a little bit about that. As a building principal in Clark County, we were provided a lump sum budget. So for my particular building, I was a high school principal. My budget was $11 million, and I had to pay for everything out of that budget, from staffing to power to buses for the students to get to school. So there was a lot of different decisions that we had to make as a leadership team. And I didn't make those in isolation, right? Like, I think part of the responsibility is to make sure that you work with your team members, you get good input from all of the different people on your team, all the different offices, right? I remember having conversations with my head custodian in my building and his staff to see how we could eliminate some of our wasteful spending. I mean, we even talked about turning off the lights in the building, right, in certain hallways when they weren't there cleaning in the evening. So I think it takes a really a real concerted team effort to get as much input as you can to make those decisions.
Thank you. Question number 5, how would you build trust with the community while also respecting board governance, confidentiality, and legal obligations?
Well, I think transparency is key, and I know legally, again, my formal role, right, when we're talking about staffing or staffing issues, a lot of those things have to be held in confidence. But when it comes to something like budget or test scores or all, to me, that all needs to be transparent. Again, as my role as executive director for the Nevada Association of Career Technical Education, we manage their budget and everything's transparent, right? We have Transparent Nevada that tells everybody what everybody's salary is. Anyone can go look it up, but I think our public has a right to see what funds are being given to the district, where those funds are coming from, and how those funds are being spended. And I think when the public has access to that information and we communicate that information and we explain why certain decisions have to be made, they may not always like it, but they tend to be much more agreeable, and they have some understanding of why those decisions are being made. So it's really about good transparency and good communication.
Thank you. Question number 6.
And I will be asking you question number 6. As you may know, over the years, our student demographic has changed. Today, our largest student population in our district are Latinos. What perspective, professional experience, or community involvement would you bring to the board that would help close achievement gaps and improve outcomes for our diverse student population?
Well, I've had quite a bit of experience working with diverse populations. Part of my responsibility as a classroom teacher, my first year as a classroom teacher, I taught, we used to call it ESL, right? Now we call our students multilingual learners. We want to do that assets-based approach for our students, that they are bilingual, sometimes trilingual. So had experience in the classroom, had experience working in a high school in Las Vegas as a school administrator, where 70% of my students were minority students, 60% of them free and reduced lunch status. So had that experience as well. And then I've actually even worked with my job with the Nevada Department of Education, creating coursework for teachers on how to support multilingual learners in the classroom, right? Like, so how do you read a WIDA assessment that our multilingual learner students take, and then how do you adapt your instruction to meet those needs and make sure that all students are provided the resources that they need to be successful? So not only help develop that course, but I actually still teach that course now. I teach that course for Western Nevada College on how to help support your multilingual learners in the classroom. So a lot of experience working with those demographics.
Great, thank you. That is all the questions that we have. You are more than welcome to stay online and listen to the second applicant if you would like. So at this time, we will invite Mr. Steve Reynolds to the table. Mr. Reynolds? Mr. Reynolds?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, it's your turn.
Give me a minute.
Yep.
I've had hearing aids for the last year.
All right, thank you.
To be honest with you, I didn't think it was fair to hear the questions. and hearing this.
Could you please sit down?
And I'm just mentioning that.
Okay.
in
I'm going to
nice
ask
way.
you, Mr. Reynolds, if you could please sit down and
Okay.
speak into the microphone,
Yes.
please. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Yes, we understand that, but it is a public meeting, so there's no
I
way
understand.
we could turn
I've
it
been
off.
on-
Yeah.
I've been on plenty of committees.
Yes. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start with question number 1. They are the same questions.
All right, can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry?
Can you
Oh,
hear
I
me
can
okay?
you fine.
Okay. What interests you in filling this trustee vacancy? Why do you believe you are prepared to step into the role at this time? And are you able to be physically present and actively participate in board meetings and or other required district meetings on a regular basis?
Okay, kind of in order.
You need to turn your microphone on?
Do I need to turn it on?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, in order. First off, I grew up in a family of educators. Both my parents were educators, okay? And and I have 5 brothers and sisters. I know a lot about education for years and years. Anyway, and I've been committed to education in Carson City, just like all the other communities. I've taken part in a lot of things, and some of you know me. I've done a lot of things here, and I served 2 terms on this board. Okay, during the recession, and we had some hard decisions to make, and I think they were very hard decisions. But we made a 5-year plan, and we were in a position in this district that we had some money in the bank, and we could last it. Actually, this district, and I have not patted myself on the back any more than any of the other people that were involved in doing this, okay? But this district actually came out better financially than any other district in the state. So I bring that up just simply because that's an experience that I can share with all of you and with the district. And, I think I know a little more than some people. This is not, again, anything against the person applying for I'm sorry if that came across that way, then I apologize. And can I attend these meetings? Yes. And I'm actually retiring in just a few months from my business that I've been involved with for X number of years. And I think I'm going to have more time than I want to have. But anyway, did I answer your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Question number 2.
Question number 2, what do you see as the proper role of a school board trustee in relation to the superintendent, district staff, and day-to-day operations of the schools?
My familiarity?
What do you see as your role as a school board trustee with the superintendent, district staff, and the daily operations?
I already have a role in interacting with them on a regular basis through my position on the board for the Carson City School Foundation. I am a representative of the community to the administration, to the board, representative of my ward and of the community in my interface with any of those positions. Okay, and that, since I already know all of them fairly well, I mean, I can call them if I need to, but that's my role. Did I answer your question? Do I need to answer more of it?
Perhaps on the day-to-day operations, like where do you see yourself in that kind of involvement?
Not my job. Is that seriously? It's not my job. Okay, that's what we pay them for. We pay them good money. Okay, our job, I believe, as a trustee, is to be oversight, and again, represent the community in that oversight.
Thank you. Question number 3.
School boards often face difficult decisions under public scrutiny. How would you handle situations where community members strongly disagree with a board decision?
That's a fair question. You know, you're going to be facing some really tough decisions, and you know that, okay? And I think I'm a fairly thick-skinned person. I have no problem representing the reasons why the district has to make decisions that you're probably going to have to make. And I don't know. If you're asking me, I'd have any concern about representing the district's activity to somebody who doesn't agree with it. I think I'm well-versed enough in dealing with angry customers that I can represent the district very well.
Thank you. Question number 4.
School district budgets require balancing limited resources with student and staff needs. What experience do you have reviewing budgets, financial reports, or making funding decisions? And how would you approach budget priorities as a trustee?
I spent 19 years in working in the corporate world, and most of that I spent in a management position where I had to look at 15 pages of budget reports on our monthly activities. And from that report, I mean, giving accountants computers was, no, anyway, we'll go there. Anyway, they printed out 15 pages of planning, and anything that was more than a 5% variance, we had to write a report on, okay? And we also had to make projections. And that was just in the corporate world that I worked in, okay? I've owned a business for 24 years. And I've had to do, I do half the bookkeeping myself and then took counsel from my bookkeeper, okay? But I've had a lot of experience with this. I had a lot of experience during that 2 terms of being on the school board in dealing with school board budgets and all. So I think between that, I've got quite a bit of experience.
Thank you. How would you build trust with the community while also respecting board governance, confidentiality, and legal obligations?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry, I kind of missed it.
I'm so sorry. Sometimes I speak a little too fast.
I wasn't looking close enough.
Yeah. How would you build trust with the community while also respecting board governance, confidentiality, and legal obligations?
I've been on several boards, and I think I know myself pretty well. A couple of you know me. I'm not a confrontational person. I'm just not that way, okay? And as far as building trust, first off, you got to be truthful across the board. And it may not be comfortable to be truthful, but you have to be truthful. And the other thing that you don't want to bring on confrontation. You don't want to, but again, you have to, you represent the community by going out and back before I was spending too much time with my own business. I was part of the chamber. I was part of other committees. I was always at the school. So I have an opportunity. I know a lot of people in the community, as you probably do, but again, I've never had real arguments with people on any of the boards or committees I've ever been on. You know, I'm not a confrontational person.
Thank
Does
you.
that answer your question?
What about the confidentiality? I mean, you answered the question, you
Okay,
know, about, but,
so,
yeah.
no, the business I worked in was the newspaper business. And I wasn't on the editorial side, I was on the business side. I managed advertising departments, production departments, things like that. The rule in the newspaper business is when an advertiser comes in or somebody comes in and tells you something, and wants to run 19 cents a pound on their turkey sale, you do not share that with any other grocer in town. If somebody comes in and tells you a story about something, unless you get 3 other people that say that story is correct, you don't run it in the newspaper. Confidentiality is nothing new.
Thank you.
And I will ask you question number 6. As you may know, over the years, our student demographic has changed. Today, our largest student population in our district are Latinos. What perspective, professional experience, or community involvement would you bring to the board that would help close achievement gaps and improve outcomes for our diverse student population?
So when I moved here, I had to look up, because I was working for the paper and I had to do some studies, okay? So I realized that Carson City was the second highest, had the second highest age per capita. The only county larger than us in the state was Nye, okay? And that's just gotten worse, okay? No doubt. So I guess your question's about how do I view the change that's going to happen in our district from attendance because of the growth in the older population? Did I misunderstand your question?
I can repeat the question again. What perspective, professional experience, or community involvement would you bring to the board that would help close achievement gaps and improve outcomes for our diverse student population? Recognizing that our highest student population in our district are Latinos.
Okay, so what would I bring to the diversity of age,
To close the
race,
achievement gaps.
all of that? It's an interesting question because I've worked with every age group, every diversity, no matter what they've, I mean, I've hired and worked with and communicated with, I think every diverse way you want to look at our community and many other communities. I've been in 4 different communities that the corporation moved me through. So I've had to interact with lots and lots of people and have had no issue whatsoever.
Thank you very much. That concludes the questions that we have to ask. Board members, if you could tally, if you haven't already finished your tallies. So at this time, this is an action item. And first, I'd like to thank both of you for applying to fill this position. It isn't easy to interview in a public meeting. So I appreciate you both doing so, because we know that it is not an easy task to do. So I appreciate your time and willingness to do so. This is an action item, and at this time, if we would like to discuss, I will open it up for discussion, or if we would like to just move to a vote. If you'd like to move to a vote, I am looking for a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Before I do, though, I want to echo what President Walt said. Thank you both for applying. I always hate these kind of things because when people want to basically volunteer for positions, it's really hard to make the decision we have to. My motion would be that I move that the Carson City School District Board of Trustees approve the appointment of Tina Satuki to fill the vacancy in District 5 created by the resignation of Mr. Michael Walker.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion from Trustee Varner, a second from Trustee Roberts. I'll open it up to public comment. Seeing no public comment, we'll go ahead and make this into a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, motion passes unanimously. And thank you again, Mr. Reynolds, for applying, and Ms. Satuki, Tina, and I think it's Satuki, right?
Can I make
Okay.
a statement?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay. No, I appreciate the board's decision, and I appreciate also and commend that someone would come out and volunteer to be on the school board. And I'm not upset about this whatsoever. I got plenty of things that I can do. Okay, so anyway, thank you again for spending time with me.
Yeah, thank
Mr.
you,
Reynolds,
Mr. Reynolds.
We greatly appreciate everything you do for the community.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Yeah, so we do appreciate everything. And so then at this time, I believe then our next board meeting that we will see Ms. Statuski at is April 14th. All right, we'll go ahead.
Fantastic. I'll be there April 14th.
All right, thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, and Ms. Cortez will be in touch. All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and
Thank you so
close
much.
agenda item number 8. Thank you, and have a good evening. And we'll move on to agenda item number 9. This is an informational update on the College-Bound Advanced Placement AP program at Carson High School. This is for discussion only, presented by Brandon Bringhurst and Bridget Gordon.
Ours should only take about an hour, I think. Right? We got it down to like 45 minutes earlier.
We'll try and keep it a little briefer than that, but thank you. Brandon Bringhurst, Chief Academic Officer. We're excited to share with you some information about college board programs at Carson High School. We're going to start with a brief video from some of our Carson High School students. Hopefully this.
Hi there, my name is Maria. I'm a senior at Carson High School who's currently going down the AP route of choices. Hi there, my name is Maria Benchuk. I'm a senior at Carson High School who's currently going down the AP route of class choices. I really like this program and this route of class choices because it's taught me a lot about my own work ethic. It's definitely provided me with a more challenging course that provided me with a lot of opportunities to kind of challenge myself with the amount of work that I'm taking on myself. And it's opened up a lot of opportunities for me through that, being able to kind of develop a lot of academic resilience. You know, I've learned how to study well for tests. I've learned how to, you know, study effectively for different things like that, and a lot of different responsibilities like going into that as well. So that's one of the things that I've got out of the AP course.
Hi, my name is Kevin Serra. I go down the AP route. I think the reason why I chose the AP, also as like a first generation college, future college student, it kind of taught me to be around the people who kind of think more outside of the box and kind of help me grow more as a person. And then also taking the AP courses allows you to kind of skip courses and save money up in college and kind of just branch out differently than you would somewhere else.
I'm Lucas Burley, I'm a senior, and I went down the AP route because I like learning, and the AP teachers actually enjoy the subject, and they help with everyone's learning, and they help excel you through high school, and it will benefit you in college, being able to know that you can learn and knowing that you enjoy learning.
Hi, I'm Alexa Ortega, and I'm a senior at Carson, and I take an AP route. And I took AP because I knew it would help have the boost in my GPA because I wanted to go to college. And then also with the AP test, at the end of the year, I would pass it, so I can take that to college, and then hopefully take away that money expense. And AP opens so many opportunities in different classes, and it makes me feel more involved and opens up my brain a little more.
So we thought it was important for you to hear a little bit from some of our students about why they choose the AP route. As you know, at Carson High School, we offer a variety of different opportunities for our students, and College Board or AP programming is one of those, and it is very important to help students in preparing for college. As we look at our strategic plan, Empower Carson City 2027, Goal 2 really focuses in on this with Curriculum That Matters, and part of that is providing a rigorous curriculum, which AP is based on. And our strategy 2.2.3 specifically calls out advanced placement classes and calls for us to increase the course offerings for students in these areas. Beyond just offering more courses in AP, STEAM, and dual credit, we also want to increase the number of students taking those courses. We don't want just more students taking the courses, we want them also passing the exams. And so those pass rates matter, and also the diversity of students taking and passing those exams. So those are all things that we're going to look at a little bit today. This chart shows you 5 years of trend data on advanced placement at Carson High School. And really some pretty remarkable results here to highlight. If you look in 21, 22, and 23, you'll see that the results, we see some upward trends, but it's really pretty up and down. That first bar that you see, the dark bar, is the number of students taking the test. Then the blue bar gives us the number of exams they took. The orange bar is those who scored a 3 or better, a 3 considered passing. And then at the very top, it shows the percentage of the exams taken that scored a 3 or higher. So as I mentioned, those first 3 years, 21, 22, 23, things are relatively flat, some improvement, but we see a significant change in 24 and 25, where we see growth in both of those years consecutively. And we see growth all across the board, both in the number of students taking tests, the number of tests taken, and the pass rate of those tests. It truly is pretty remarkable to increase not only the number of students taking the test, but the pass rate of those students as well. So if you go back to 2021, we had roughly 500 tests taken and a 55% pass rate. Fast forward to 2025, we have over 700 tests taken and almost a 73% pass rate. This is really tremendous work, and really demonstrates that Carson City School District, K through 12, provides great opportunities for our students to excel in these rigorous classes at the high school level. According to the College Board, in 2025, based on those tests passed, students earned up to over $500,000 worth of college credits by passing these AP exams. AP tests are a key indicator for us because they really are a great measure of college readiness for our students. A couple of quotes here from research studies that have been done about AP exams, and we often use the term college ready in things like our vision statement, and AP is a great way to measure that, because as these quotes demonstrate, if students simply take these classes, even if they don't necessarily get that 3 or better, it's directly correlated with better outcomes for them in college. They do better that first year of college, and they have a much better chance of on-time bachelor's degree attainment when they've taken these courses. So getting more students into these classes truly matters. I wanted to highlight some courses in particular where we are seeing some really strong results. These 4 courses are all courses at the high school where there are 75 or more students taking the course and also maintaining a pass rate of 70% or better. So you see that in English language and composition, English literature and composition, human geography, and pre-calculus. Who is taking these classes matters as well. And this breaks down gender of the students taking the classes as well as the ethnicity of the students taking the classes. And you can see over the same 5-year span that we are seeing increases in the number of students in the various demographic categories, which is definitely important to us. We want to see those continue to increase and get to the point where they would mirror the demographics that we see in the high school as a whole. This slide shows you the performance broken down by ethnicity. So this is the number of students in each ethnic group who took and passed at least one of the AP tests. Again, you see increases across the board. The numbers are a little bit tricky when we have some of our student demographic groups that are really small numbers of total students, but you see some great improvements and increases here. So then Bridget's going to share with us a little bit about how we continue to move this work forward, what got us here, and how we continue to move it forward.
So I'm Bridget Gordon. I am the school counselor lead for the district as well as the active school counselor at Carson High. And I took over as the AP coordinator for the high school in 2023. We've really focused on closing an achievement gap. That's something that our last really 3 principals cared a lot about, and I care tremendously about. We've really worked to expand our opportunities because essentially this is, like you said, a K-12 highway for students. Like what these guys behind me are doing in their schools leads to the opportunities that leads to our success. This is not a standalone high school situation. So we've invested in the pre-AP program, things like that, and as well as these programs that these elementary schools are doing to push our students to think beyond. As we look forward, AP has expanded offerings that are more non-traditional AP courses that we would like to offer. So there's a new AP business class that could be a standalone class for maybe students that have done a CTE pathway, as well as cybersecurity, which will also connect some of our non-traditional students. To be an AP teacher, you have to go through really intensive training. It's very specific by College Board. And this is why schools like Harvard, Stanford, Yale, right, or out-of-state schools look for AP over other opportunities because they can compare our students from Carson City School District directly to a student from any school district in all of America. It's a one-to-one correlation with that kid and their outcome for a university versus maybe a dual credit for some of these programs. So having opportunities like AP cybersecurity allows a kid that might not have ever taken another AP course to take an AP course, which is my goal. I want every student to leave Carson High with at least one opportunity for college credit. This year, so you saw that first graph where our increase was really steady. This year, like the current year we're in right now, in May, we're going to give over 1,000 tests, 1,065 tests to 753 students, which is a humongous increase even from last year. Last year we had 412 unique students, and this year we have 753. So that's a big growth. Classes like AP pre-calculus have helped. AP Spanish really helps because we can give that to students that maybe otherwise aren't taking other AP courses. Having our pre-AP programming and our teacher training as a replacement for our honors courses has been really beneficial, both to dual credit and to AP, because it gives very specific and aligned curriculum that these kids then have access to that's evidence-based, that the goal is that they can like move into these higher level courses. We really, really are targeting and supporting our students that are non-traditional AP course takers with these pre-AP programming as well, and working with the middle school. So the middle schools are offering our pre-AP courses in the math programming, and we have seen a huge outcome. You can see that in our data. We met with College Board recently when they were in the area, so we were having discussion. AJ's involved about the opportunity to use PSAT for our 9th and 10th graders, which right now is a choice that students can take as 10th and 11th graders. That's where the national merit comes from, things like that. But it can show us the AP potential of our students. If we could do it universally for all students, it would give us this opportunity to better target and support students that maybe are on the cusp or hadn't thought about AP as an opportunity for them. So that's kind of as we're looking forward, where we're looking. Classes like AP Psych have been a really big benefit to us as well as the standalone. When we started with AP Psych, our past scores were not really great. We targeted supports and intervention for that teacher. We gave him training. He started doing national scoring for AP, which many of our teachers at Carson High do in their summers. And because of that, we have 2 sections of AP Psych. Our pass rate is competitive with the Globe now. So really investing in our teachers has allowed for that achievement gap to start closing.
So we were able to finish in less than our 1-hour time allotment, and we can take any questions that you have.
All right, so no muffins are needed. Yeah, so we will, I'll go ahead and see if we have any trustees. If you have any questions, we'll start down with Trustee Ramirez.
No questions at this time. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for making sure that all students have the opportunity to recognize that they have what it takes, to be successful. And so introducing them to just one class and recognizing that they can do this type of work, I think it's really setting them up for success. So thank you for doing that.
Trustee Roberts?
No questions. I was just going to echo what Trustee Ramirez said. I think that's really neat that you're offering something for kids who otherwise maybe didn't think that was a possibility, and just seeing potential in them and boosting that confidence in themselves and be able to look ahead to what their future could hold. So thank you.
Trustee Coppin? Trustee Peterson?
Another echo, kind of. We spend a lot of time focusing on making sure to catch those who might fall behind. And so it's really great to see that we're not only throwing out crumbs to those who are capable of soaring, but that we are really putting out a full menu for them to choose from if that's the path that they would like. And had you asked some of my children if they thought they were AP capable, they probably would have said no. They're not interested, not capable, but to have counselors who say, no, I think you are, and to have teachers that recommend you should consider it, and then to be put in that seat and realize like, oh, wait a minute, I am kind of great at this, is good. So thank you for all the efforts and for the expansive selection of courses that kids can take to soar.
Trustee Varner?
No questions really, but thank you for waiting so long to make your presentation. I know it's been a long night. But one thing that I did notice, which I'm glad to see, is the student participation from the Hispanic and Latino community. It keeps increasing each year, which I think that's a good thing, and thank you for the efforts you put in on that area.
Great, thank you. I do have a few questions, but can you state like which AP courses have grown and which kind of remain under-enrolled?
We don't fly per AP classes that are under enrolled at the high school because our teachers are such valuable resources. So if the class, the kids vote with their feet, right? So if the class has less than what is 20 or more, we don't fly the class. So all of our sections that we have right now are big. I would say AP Psych. That teacher has worked so hard to build that program, and truly, it's huge now because of him. And it's non-traditional students in AP Psych. AP Pre-Calculus, we now have 2 teachers teaching, and so that class is huge. And that's primarily because it used to be an honors class that now AP offers, and because we were one of the first districts in the nation to do it, we actually get pre-AP for free. So we had a really great math teacher that took the lead in that. So AP Pre-Calc, we have, I think 4 sections. AP Bio this year was our first year bringing it back, and we have 2 sections because the kids have told us they needed it. So, but none of our AP classes are very small at all, actually. I think AP Literature, several sections are like 32.
And then are there barriers that would prevent students from enrolling?
Not on our end so much.
Talk about the foundation.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I didn't even say that. Yes, there is. The foundation helps us remove that biggest barrier. As far as like placement into the classes, no. Like we want students in them, so we will let them in. AP comes with a cost. Every test is $100, which is a steal, like Mr. Bringhurst said, if you're gonna get 3 college credits from it. $100 for 3 college credits, or AP Pre-Calculus actually gets you 6 college credits, and AP Spanish gets you 9. That's a steal. But for some of our students, that's a humongous barrier. Even I was saying, like when my student was a senior, he had 5 of those, plus he had college apps, right? So it was a lot of money. The last 3, this is gonna be our 3rd year, the Carson City Schools Foundation has stepped up to cut that cost tremendously. I don't think you would have seen our growth numbers if the Carson City School Foundation hadn't stepped in. So they remove it. They give kids an opportunity for scholarship, cut it in half. They gave us $25,000 this year to help with that, because our cost for this school year is like $100,000 that the students then cover most of.
And then last question, do students have to stay within guidelines? So specifically, to stay in AP or honors classes, you can only have 5 tardies, 1 absence. I mean, is that a criteria that the high school has for these students?
I would love that dream. But no, I mean, we really push them. We push them to be accountable students. We have parent meetings galore. But as it stands, we don't have like a specific policy. And really it's because I want them to take this opportunity so badly.
And I'd say some of that accountability in those AP classes is very much a natural accountability. Those classes move so fast and are so rigorous that students know, if I'm absent, I don't want to be sick on a day that I've got my AP classes, right? Or whatever it is, I don't want to be absent or late because I know that curriculum is so rigorous and moves so quickly. So there's kind of some natural consequences there if they don't meet those standards.
Yeah.
All right. I was just looking for something to help our absenteeism.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep, let's just keep going. All right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Again, thank you for staying so late. We greatly appreciate it. And congratulations on success. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 10. This is an informational update on the Alternate Standards Program, ASP, in the Carson City School District for discussion only. And this is with Dr. Christine Lennox. Mike, please,
Forgot-
thank you.
Sorry.
Renee would have had us.
Thank you. This is Dr. Christine Lennox for the record, and I'm the Director of Student Support Services, and this is my Assistant Director, Sarah Santos. I just want to thank President Waltz and the board for having us here this evening to share this information. This is a wonderful program with our students, and it's just one area of special education that we are, part of. Okay, so tonight we're going to review the alternate standards program and the key initiatives. So this program has come very far in the last, I would say, 10, 20 years. There's expectations for our students. There's belief in our students, and that's what makes it exciting. There was a time where our students just kind of came to school. We might have just worked on comprehensive life skills, and we kind of set a track for them that really was limited. So tonight we're going to look at eligibility criteria, the Nevada Alternate Assessment, which is called the NAW, program and curriculum, developmental options, Project Achieve, which is a grant that we received in 2020, micro enterprises, and then the next step, which is a transition program. Okay, so you might hear out in the state, other counties call it comprehensive life skills. We call it alternate standards. It's the same program. Okay, in 2019, we renamed our program from CLS to ASP to better represent the programming and the diverse abilities of the students that we serve in the alternate standards. Okay. Eligibility for this program is determined by several components. First, it's the NAC, okay? To be in this program, there has to have a consideration for a student's cognitive ability, okay? This is measured by individualized standard tests, and it needs to be 2 standard deviations below the mean. So if we had 100 students, it would be 70 or below, or even lower than that, but that would be the starting point. The other consideration is a student's adaptive skills. And in this area, it has to be 2 concurrent. So as you can see, things like communication skills, self-direction, self-care, health, safety, home living, functional academics, social skills, leisure, and use of community or work. They would have to be 2 areas concurrent for them to be meet the NAC requirements. Then it goes in to tell us other considerations. Before the age of 18, it adversely affects the educational performance of the pupil. Controlling factors eligibility is not lack of instruction in reading, math, okay, English proficient. So that the NAC defines the student's profile, and a team meets to determine this. So you have your school psych, a speech path, of course the parents, a special ed teacher, is looking at the requirements and the testing from our psych to look at all this information for eligibility. Okay. Then we look at our alternate standards. So not just any kid could participate in this program, okay? So it is designed for students with significant cognitive disabilities. It's aligned with alternate academic achievement standards. It measures progress in core content areas, reading, math, and science. And it is required for all eligible students on alternate standards. And they do 3rd through 8th, and then they take it again in 11th grade, okay? And this test, we have the most amazing staff in these programs. This test is recorded. It is quite intense. So as a teacher is doing this test, it is on video, and that's how it's scored. It's not like just pen and paper. So it is, a lot goes into it when our staff is administering the NAW. Okay, these are the 6 questions to participate. Okay, so every team who is considering a student to be on alternate programming, they have to qualify under IDEA, okay? They have to have a cognitive and adaptive impact. They have a need for substantial support, a need for intensive instruction in various settings. It's not based on factors such as disability labels, so just because maybe, say you are health impaired, you're automatically going to qualify for this program. It's on those other areas we just spoke about: attendance, language background, prior performance. And then we have to notify the parents the implications of this. So what it is a student who gets an adjusted diploma or an alternate diploma, they can go to a college, like a 2-year college or like Western Nevada. They can't start at a university. The other thing is federal aid. So they can apply for federal aid if they have these diploma types. Okay?
Sorry, they can or cannot?
Cannot.
Okay.
They don't qualify for them. Okay. These environments are structured environments. There's individual supports and accommodation for the students. So, we have caseload limits for these classroom. It's 13 is max. Okay. So there's about 13 students in the classroom. We support integration with general education. There's vocational training and transitional services, and collaboration with family and community is essential. Okay. We have district-approved curriculum. This is aligned to our standards. They call them connectors. So when this was being created, a team of us got together across the state, various professions, and we went in and we broke down the state standards as far as we could. So I was fortunate to sit a little bit on the science, and then they realized there's a speech path and moved me to ELA. That was a little bit more appropriate. And we talked about how can we keep the essence of these standards? And that's what we came up with, what they call the connectors for this. The 2 curriculums that is approved by the district is attainment and unique learning. Okay. Again, it's determined by the IEP team on an individual basis and IEP goals. We work on functional academics, reading, writing, math. There's life skills such as daily living and communication. Social and behavior skills. We have community-based instruction, and focus on post-secondary transition and readiness is the programming that we utilize for these students. And I know this is a little small, and I apologize, but the alternate diploma was not created until 2017. Before that, they pretty much had the option of an adjusted diploma. This diploma is credit bearing. These courses are aligned to the student's needs, so they have social studies for 2 credits, arts, college and career, English. It's 23 credits total to get this alternate diploma, okay? Some of them are taking classes standalone that are probably in our ASP classroom. Some kids push in and are in the gen ed class, and then they might get the curriculum broken down to their level, like maybe after instructions, those times. It's a various way of how we provide this support. But it's 23 credits to get the alternate diploma, all on alternate standards, okay? The other one, as we spoke about, is the adjusted diploma. And it is adapted. It's for a student on an IEP, and the team determines what the need is for that diploma. Okay. So Project Achieve is a grant we received in 2020 out of the Department of Ed. It's called Comprehensive Student Services, is their name, but it's our resource for the state. And it was designed to improve student outcomes for our students, like helping them to have good curriculum, good support, and training for our teachers. So we, I'm gonna make sure I say this right, but we was on a team as a pilot with the Department of Ed. We were with Pam Mims, Dr. Pam Mims, and she is from Tennessee State University. She was part of the team, and Bree Jimenez from Baylor. So they would come here and train our teachers and our staff and helped us build this curriculum and appropriate instruction for this diverse population that we serve. It started in elementary school, Bordewick and Fritchworth first, and then we moved it into the middles and high school. This concept of high quality instruction for this population of students, okay? It, like I said, emphasizes coaching and professional development, including training in evidence-based instruction. It's implemented in inclusive practices through response training based of students' need, behavior interventions, instructional materials. It also supports a crosswalk with an Alcott. So if you walked in to like maybe do the NEPF, it wouldn't align with some of what these teachers do. So the Alcott is a very nice tool that lines up to give a more responsive picture for our teachers on what they're working on, those type of things, okay? And again, it's goes with the alternate diploma and adjusted curriculum. So this is our 6th year with this grant. And it's just been a really nice program to support these students, okay? Another area that is just amazing, I don't know if you've been there, but Carson High does some micro-industry. And this is really important for our kids for transition. And it kind of helps them make choices in like what their careers might be, learning skills. So it's a school-based vocational training program done by our ISP teachers there. They work on like kitchen safety, skills in using a knife, food preparation, inventory and monitoring product dates, hygiene and dress code, laundry skills, time management skills through clocking in and out, financial literacy through banking activities. And they run this through like a coffee shop and sandwiches they sell to the teachers. And they work, with the health department to make sure it's up to what they need to do. But it's really a hands-on approach for these students who are learning like maybe what they want to do, out in a career or those type of things. So they do a wonderful job, okay? The next program that we'll highlight is Next Step. So this is a program that we started, I want to say about 2015. And these are for our 18 to 22-year-olds. So once a student gets their alternate diploma and they're just hanging out, we still have a lot of work we can still do with them. So this one is used to acquire skills and experience needed to have a job, to maintain employment, and be productive members of the community. The individuals program include job skills training, vocational exploration, hands-on work experience. Okay. They receive transportation and travel, like how to use the Jack Bus, how to get around Carson, recreational and leisure activities, like what is out there for them to do in the community, community-based instruction, independent living and self-advocacy. They work on student-led IEP participation, so they're the ones, kind of leading their meeting. Resumes, master application, thank you letter, cover letters, and they practice and interview preparation and training. So they work on a lot. They have a lot of time, few years that they can dial this in so they can go wherever they want to go. These are our partners. So Dieter and Voc Rehab, Northern Nevada Center for Independence Living, Rural Regional Center, Jack Transportation, the Treasurer's Office, Plato's Closet. Carson City School District has been amazing. We have students who have left the program and went into a few jobs around Carson, and they are exceptional. The staff work with them, and we're just so pleased that the district is able to support those students. We have another pilot program we're in. It's called Transition Readiness Improvement Project. This is for all our students on an IEP starting at 10, but it's called Nevada Trip. And so our families were having these conversations about transition earlier. What do you want to be at 10? Like 10, maybe they want to be a doctor. How can we have those conversations? And this is an online, not product, but it's an online program where families can go on and they can have a central hub for resources. It's really nice. This is our second year in this pilot. So it's with the state and all, and it's a wonderful program. UNR has a program that I don't know that our students have participated in, but it's called Path to Independence. If we have students who want to go to college, they have a 2-year certificate program. They have to be able to read, I believe, at a 5th grade level, but they can go to UNR and be a student, and then they graduate with a certificate. It's just an option, which is wonderful, because 10, 20 years ago, that wouldn't have been an option. And then they participate in the Transition Summit. That's more resources for our students, like what do they want to do in their lives? Where do they want to go? And that summit helps them with that. Okay. So we have the amazing teams, and I'll say that again. The teams who work with these populations, we have teachers, paras, speech paths, OT, PTs, behaviorists, principals. They're amazing. They believe in these kids, and they help these kids get to where they need to go. We believe in the potential of every one of our students, their ability to grow and achieve meaningful outcomes. Our alternate STEM program is grounded in high expectations, purposeful instruction, and collaboration with commitment to supporting each student in developing independence, reach their full potential, and achieve meaningful lifelong outcomes. I apologize. We believe in these students, and whatever they want to move towards, we're there to help them. And I don't know if you've been in the schools and seen some of the work. Stop in the classrooms. You'll be amazed at the work this team and these students are doing. Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and start. Trustee Varner, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you for the work you do in this. I'm curious how many students you have total in the program?
So about 120. There's 60 in the elementary, 26 in middle, and then 36 at high school. So it's about 120-ish. Yeah.
Thank you. Project Achieve grant.
Mhm.
When does the grant expire, and what does it pay for?
So it actually expired last year. They extended it to this year. The time period ran out. And it just pays stipends for teachers and staff. Like it does partial payment for staff. I'm not sure exactly. I can get it for you off the top of my head, but there is a little bit for, to keep working through the training through the project.
Okay, any possibility it'll be extended again?
I don't know. You know what? The state is really good to us in our programming, and if we have a need, there's various grants and things I can apply for if we need it. So this year they were able to continue it on with the funding they had. So.
Thank you.
Trustee Peterson?
Sorry, I was making other notes. My daughter was a peer mentor in the program for all 4 years of high school, and has such a sweet spot for so much of the students that are part of the program. And through her, I kind of got a window seat of a lot of what happens in that classroom. And like you had mentioned, coffee cart to preparing food for a Thanksgiving feast, Shark Tank, the friendship ball. I love how included, and it's we're not just giving them a place to be, we're giving them a place to thrive.
Yes,
and to
absolutely.
Be enriched. And I love the peer mentor program, that they're not isolated, but that they have typical, I don't know if that's the right word anymore, students to come in and be there with them and to support them. And I think it's not just good for the students who are a part of the, I was going to call it CLS, the ASP program, but for the students that have the opportunity and the exposure to go be a part of that, and for the kids in the ASP program to be in the halls and to see their peer mentor and to have a moment of hellos and feeling included. I think this is such a great program to have for both sides of it, for all sides of it. So thank you for the efforts and for ensuring that opportunity is there, regardless of ability. I don't have any questions, just
Okay, thank you.
I think it's great, and I appreciate what I've been able to see from it.
Yes, I was really excited to hear about this. I used to work both at the elementary level and at like a next step type program with the 18 to 22-year-olds. So when I found out we had it in the district, it was really exciting, and I'm grateful that you brought it to us to help us understand it more and learn. I did have just one question with that next step program. Is there a facility that they use, or do they come back to the actual high school and work on this?
We have it housed at Student Support Services. So being that they've graduated, and working on those adult skills that we have them on a different campus. Of course, sometimes they'll go back and take a class or those, but it is specifically at our building, and then they go out in the community. Yeah.
Trustee Ramirez?
Just to be clear, on the post-high school transition program, do most of the students stay after they receive the diploma?
A lot do. A lot will
A lot of
stay and
them do?
continue on. I don't have a percent, but they're entitled to go till they're 22. Um, So they'll come and work on it. Some families choose to maybe have them go into community employment,
Mhm.
but a lot of them will stay. And some come to Next Step and some choose to continue on classes at the high school. It's always up to the IEP team
Okay.
and what their programming looks like.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. No, this is a wonderful program. Thank you for all your work on that.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I just had one last, what is the staffing ratio?
So it depends. So teacher is 12 students to one teacher. And then depending on needs of the students, because there's various needs in these programs, how many paras that we utilize. Of course, your speech paths support the program and, their caseload's up to 55. OTPTs, they support the program as well. So, typically you could have maybe a teacher and 2 to 3 pairs. It just depends on the needs of our students for that. Okay. So always, programming, safety, health concerns are more prevalent in these programs.
All right. Great program. My son was a mentor as well and loved it.
Yeah.
He did. So we're very fortunate. The school district is to have the support of the state and be able to offer this. So, and thank you again for your presentation and thank you for hanging out with us this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go ahead and close agenda item number 10 and move on to agenda item number 11. This is an informational update from the Carson City School District Elementary Schools on programs, supports for students, and celebrations. This is discussion only. And with us this evening, it does not look like we have Dr. Ward. We have Mr. Herzl instead. Dan Brown, Carrie Pryor, Cheryl Ricketta, Reagan Virgil, and Shalise Crookshanks. So if you all would, you can bring additional chairs up, however you're going to do it. But we greatly appreciate y'all hanging out with us this evening.
Well, especially Principal Brown.
On his birthday.
On his birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Yeah, this is what you want to do on your birthday, I know. But thank you for being here.
Had we known, we would have brought you a cake.
All right, well, they stole my thunder, Dan. I was going to say happy birthday. So good evening, and thank you all for having us. On behalf of Carson City's 6 elementary schools, I'm Carrie Pryor, principal of Seeliger, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share our collective progress and priorities. Tonight, we're going to present 6 schools, big wins, next steps, a snapshot of where we are and where we're headed together. I'll begin with a brief overview of what we'll cover. First, our shared instructional focus and literacy. Then we'll highlight each individual school's success. Finally, we'll reflect on what these successes mean to our students and outline our next steps. So across all 6 schools, one of our biggest wins this year has been the implementation of consistent research-based literacy instruction through our new curriculum, CKLA. This program, grounded in the science of reading, ensures that every student, regardless of which elementary school they attend, receives high-quality aligned instruction. CKLA is helping us build strong, confident readers by developing both foundational skills and background knowledge. Our students are engaging in rigorous grade-level text, which not only improve reading proficiency, but also strengthen comprehension and critical thinking. Just as importantly, this shared curriculum is strengthening alignment across our schools. It's creating opportunities for collaboration among teachers, increasing family engagement as we add our new program, Paloma, which will be connecting families with our CKLA, and then connecting learning beyond the classroom. This rollout builds on last year's successful implementation of our new math curricula, Math and U. These 2 years have really been a big lift for our elementary teachers, with last year the Math and U and now this year with reading. But these new programs show a clear intentional progression in our district's instructional vision. Now, I'm going to highlight Al Seeliger Elementary School, where I happen to be the principal. It's home of the Pirates. So our mission, which is clear, is R. I wish I could take credit for that, but I inherited that mission. Former Principal Paula Zona worked through that with the staff, and I just can't let it go. So achieve, reflect, grow with honor. I just said to Mr. Wallace, it's an hour and something past my bedtime, so you're going to get what you get at this point. It might be a little giddy. Good. This mission drives both student learning and school culture. Seeliger is a place, as you heard me say it before, where everyone is always learning, students and staff alike. So this year, Seeliger has celebrated several important successes. Our MTSS implementation is in its third year. I know you have heard a lot about our multi-tiered systems of support, and we thank the district and their staff for all of the support implementing that. This year, we were awarded the Diamond Level Award, which is the highest distinction awarded to schools. It indicates that we're implementing with exemplary success and sustained implementation of academic and behavior supports. It signifies high fidelity, data-driven, and proactive systems that enhance student outcomes. Often, a school with the Diamond Award is recognized for both intervention and enrichment. And we are focused on both at Seeliger. One of the interventions that we provide is the Pirate Club. It is a before school. We actually started at 7:30 for our learners, focused on math intervention. We've done 2 this year, 1 in the fall and 1 in the winter. This past session from January through March supported 42 of our 3rd and 5th graders. That's 15% of our learners in these grade levels. This matches the goal of Tier 1 instruction, meaning that reaches about 80 to 85% of our learners, with approximately 15% of our learners needing a Tier 2 or Tier 3 support. So we were proud about that. We do PI time, which is personalized intervention and extension, every day for 45 minutes. And this year, our 2nd grade team piloted a very targeted support to meet students where they are. They based that on our M-class data, which was through CKLA, where 2nd grade actually rotated the students based on this M-class data. Students and teachers alike are reporting great success, as then teachers are only planning for 1 intervention group rather than 4 to 5 per that 45 minutes. Additionally, we've really focused on our attendance at Seeliger, recognizing that being present is a foundation to school success. So through intentional efforts, the school is building habits that support both academic achievement and student well-being.
Thank you. I'm Shalise Crookshanks, and I am the proud keeper of the Hawks at Mark Twain Elementary School. And we just believe that all students are capable of learning at high levels. But whatever you learn and whatever growth you have, we are going to celebrate your success. So some things that we've been working on at Mark Twain this year is that we've made some really strong progress in implementing PLCs. And where a few schools jumped ahead about a year, and we started this implementation and working with Solution Tree this year. I think this is something that the rest of the district is going to be also continuing to work on next year, so we're really excited. We are meeting in weekly PLCs. I put up there that we're making strong progress and continued growth because it is not an easy process, but we've been very dedicated to that this year, and the teachers are excited about the work that we're doing, and they're just excited to meet together and to have more structure than just a grade level team meeting. But through this process, we're making some gains in instruction, and of course, that's always evident by student progress. The second thing that we're really proud of this year is we also have won the Diamond Award. I think this is our 3rd year straight. We started with MTSS the very first year I started there, so this is our 4th year of really strong implementation, and we are really excited. We took a big leap this year. So when students receive tier 1 instruction in their classroom, some of them need some refining. So that could be in the tier 2, would either be an intervention or an extension. So school-wide, well, not kinder yet, maybe fourth quarter, we have been switching students all year. As teachers, the demands are ever increasing. We've got to find a way to work harder or work smarter and not harder. Sorry, we have to open a school in like 9 hours from now. So we started switching based on their levels and really targeted intervention at the beginning of the year. And I thought that we were going to struggle a little bit with this. I thought there was going to be some questioning, but wholeheartedly have embraced this, and we've found huge success. Lots and lots of gains in reading. We've now started integrating some math into these tiered interventions. So what happens is, instead of teaching your whole class that might have 5 different intervention lessons that need to be taught, we took the 4 teachers plus an extra special teacher in the form of like ESL or special education or the interventionist. So we gave 5 teachers per grade level, and we moved those kids into the target that they needed. So my teachers can teach stronger lessons because they're teaching to one group during this 45-minute intervention period. So we learned about this through the RTI process. This is all part of PLCs, and we're actually returning to that conference here in a couple of weeks with a whole new team to continue refining our skills. So that was a big lift this year on top of CKLA, and we did it, and we're still doing it, and I'm really, really proud of our team. And the last one is that we just continue to work every day on improving student attendance and engagement in school. A lot of that engagement work is done through MTSS. It's done through students earning feathers and prizes in our little student store. One of the favorite prizes is lunch with the principal. So on top of my very long day and my beautiful hair at this point, I played Frisbee with like 40 kids and ate lunch out on the grass with them all today because they bought that. That was their choice. And I always feel so honored when they choose their feathers to spend time with me. So I go out and play and look for ants and chase Frisbees with them. So we're very, very excited about that engagement just in school. When it's fun at school and you have things to look forward to, it's a whole lot easier to get up and come. And so we just really celebrate the staff at Mark Twain and celebrate our students. We're so proud of the work that we do there. And I would extend an invitation all the time to any of you. I would love to have you. You can come have lunch with 60 kids and play Frisbee if you'd like. So, yes, thank you all very much.
I'm Jeff Hers. I'm the vice principal at Fremont. And we're going to talk about some of the highlights about Fremont, where the accountability, student-centered, perseverance, integrity, responsibility, and excellence. So some of our find a way mentality has really led to some of our celebrations with our staff, culture and climate, and our students, where I feel that we have the culture and climate of our staff is just amazing, where everyone is really willing to help out any staff member in a time of need or just a little pick me up. We have a little book where if someone just is having a bad day, they have it, they can go, they get them a little treat, just a little pick me up. And our students, it's evident as they walk the halls, they really notice, they can tell when their teachers notice when they're gone. It's evident in our SCL survey where the students really appreciate our staff members for everything that they do for them. So we have plenty of substitutes that come in and just talk about how great it is that when they're welcomed by all of our staff members, and if they have questions, they get them set up in the morning so they're successful for their day of substituting. So that's a really big highlight. The next highlight that we have is our AVID implementation. We are nationally recognized AVID Showcase School, where this is our second year being recognized as that, where we had our AVID Showcase in February, where we had 28 educators from around Carson and other areas to come in and learn how we've implemented AVID school-wide and really integrated that into our classrooms, where then we talk about how we were onto that journey. And then we take them around to different classrooms where they have an authentic look of our teachers with our current students, and their WIC-RISE lessons. They take notes so that then they can go back to their schools and implement those added strategies or implement something new. And we have all but 6 staff members who have been to at least one AVID training. And we're going to continue that where we've been able to use some of our Title I money. And we're taking 8 staff members and myself and the new principal to a conference in Dallas in June, so we can continue that work with AVID to really continue that, because it is really part of what Fremont really is. And another success that we're having is our attendance. We've really shifted that focus to our positive attendance. So we really wanted to encourage kids to come to school and really highlight all of those students that do come to school every day. And so in May, we are having 2 separate attendance celebrations where every student school-wide who has 12 or fewer absences by May 19th, kinder through 2nd grade, did go on a bowling field trip to celebrate their attendance. And then on May 26th, we're taking all of our 3rd through 5th graders to an ACES game for one of their education days. So that we set it below, a little bit below like the chronic absenteeism percentages to kind of really highlight and focus those students that come to school every single day, but still had enough absences where like we understand that kids get sick and they can't come, or they can still qualify for that. And of right now, we have 383 students who are qualifying for our attendance celebration. And I think a big highlight too is we have 7 students that have perfect attendance that have come to school every single day, no tardies and no early checkout. So that is the most that we've had in the 4 years that I've been at Fremont. So I'm very proud of that.
All right, good evening. I'm Dan Brown, the principal of the Bulldogs at Fritch Elementary School. And we take pride that we have a rich tradition in learning. And being one of the older elementary schools in Carson City, and the number of, I guess you say, famous people who have come through there for our Carson City area. We've had like Senator Dean Hiller was an alumni of Fritch Elementary. I asked Congressman Abendey if he was from Fritch, and he said no, he was Bordewick, and so we said okay, that's okay. But anyway, so part of our tradition, it's fun to always see people come through and say, well, I went to school here. This is my old classroom, and so we take a lot of pride in that we are an older school, but a lot of our people in our community started at Fritch. Some of the wonderful things that are happening at Fritch, we like to say we want to do it the Bark way. And so that's our theme within our PBIS program. And we always tell our kids, do it the Bark way, show the way, and they do. Some of the things that we take pride in is that we are the school that kind of led the way with MTSS, Tier 1 and Tier 2 programs. Ms. Hoppy was a big part of that, and she's able to send all that information over to Eagle Valley now and take pride in that. But we started what was the Refocus Room, and we've kind of changed that now. The weather being warm, we put that back on track is what we're calling it now. And so we are doing some structured recess time with students out on the playground, teaching them how to play games appropriately, be nice, and be respectful to one another. And so we're doing that. So we call it back on track instead of our Refocus Room. And then we also have our Bulldog Boot Camp, which is what we do for intense. It's kind of more of a Tier 3 intervention for kids that need that extra help and support, that are not making the best choices in class or on the playground and need some guidance. And so our social worker, Nicole Sitton, who you met tonight, and our instructional coach and one of our interventionists lead that with the students, and they teach them better ways that they can be successful in school. We're very proud that we're working on our way to be a STEM school like Empire, and so we've kind of followed their motto with that. And so we have right now, all of our teachers are working on becoming STEM certified. And so Bonnie Benson, one of our 5th grade teachers, is taking the lead on that. And so currently right now we have 4 teachers that have finished their certification, and we hope to have everybody done before August, and will be considered a STEM school next year. And now we also have 7 teachers that have completed the LETTERS program, and so we're very proud that they are taking all those strategies they learned in that program and integrated into our CKLA and looking into our into the skills part of the letters, of the CKLA, and really working hard to support students that need the extra support and help in there. and just honing their teaching experiences in the classroom. We also have a program called Parenting Partners, which is so awesome. We always look at ways that we can bridge home into schooling and education. And tomorrow night, we'll be graduating our 4th class of parents in our parenting program. And so it's so fun to see parents come, meet other parents, but also learn ways that they can be connected with school, but ways that they can help their child at home. And some of it too is parenting classes and helping them with that. Because we always get the phone calls, well, my child got in trouble at home, can you help me with that? And so, no, we can help you help your child at home. And so that's a big part of what we're doing with that. And so it's fun to see parents connect. We had 2 gentlemen in this in our fall class that would stay after each evening, and we do these on Wednesday evenings, and they would stay out in the parking lot for 45 minutes or an hour just talking and connecting about being single parents and being able to like help each other to bounce ideas off about raising their kids. And the last thing that we're really excited about is we are the school that has the archery team in Carson City, and so we're really proud of that. This year we had 38 4th and 5th grade students that compete in the state competition, and so Mr. Herzl's mom was there to help out, and we were very excited to have her help. But we had at least 38 students that has had a bullseye within that state arm. And so we're waiting to see how we compete against Las Vegas. And by the way our students were shooting and aiming, we know that we're going to have some state champions. So we're going to be excited for that. We'll just wait and see. But some of the other things that the other schools have talked about were like, the nice thing about it is we have opportunities to collaborate amongst each other and share ideas. And so we were all kind of taking the same journey together with what we're doing with all of our schools. And so we've been very focused on attendance as well, doing home visits with our attendance officer, and just trying to make that connection with parents that know that school is important and they need to have their kids at school to learn, and we can help them with that. So thank you, guys.
Hi, I'm Reagan Virgil, the principal at Empire Elementary, home of the Mustangs. Our little tagline this year is empower students, embrace change, and emanate joy. It's part of our 3 levers that we really use to move the students and that kind of guide all of our practices, which are on the next slide. The 3 big things. So empower students is our STEM practices that everybody's pretty well aware of, but this year we did apply to be not only nationally recognized, which we already are, but to be one of the exemplary schools, which was a pretty rigorous little process and a lot of people touring our building, but we're hopeful. We'll hear about that later in the year. Our STEM Tank program, and a number of you have been out for that, but it's pretty fun where every quarter the kids present a project and they go through iterations every quarter and present to bigger and bigger groups, first just their classmates, then their whole grade level, then the whole school, and then the community comes in 4th quarter, so we'll be having that big STEM tank. And then we actually produce the winning things. So like last year, there were things for the garden that won. Our 5th grade did a living wall that was their STEM tank project that won, and we're building it in the school, so they actually get to see their stuff come to life. Very exciting. And Adrian just got us a huge grant for VR headsets, which is so cool. The kids put them on, the glasses, and then we can use them with our CKLA. They just did a Native American unit. Kids all put on the headsets, and they're back 400 years looking at the land and talking about what that looked like and getting like a real immersive experience. So lots of great STEM stuff as usual. Our emanating joy is all about the culture, which is our PBIS. You've heard that from all of us. Lots of fun staff, team building, and we're really trying to amp up our family engagement. We're doing morning stories and that we're bringing tons of families in for, and lots of evening events as well. And then the PLCs, which, is amazing. We're fortunate to be working with Shalise and having Solution Tree in, and our teachers are really collaborating, focused on the results of their teaching, and doing some great work around that too. So that's our 3 big things.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Ricketta. I'm the principal of Borderick Bray. We are the Dolphins, and up there we have our vision, which is that we lay the foundation to empower all students to achieve their full potential and be college and career ready. And so that's a vision that we developed about 4 years ago when I
came to Bordewick, but we've had so many changes over the year that that's our process that we're now starting to go through, is to update that and say, is this still what we believe? Do we need to tweak it? And so next time that I'm here sharing with you, I'll have our new mission and vision. But we this year are so excited because we started working on a house system. And so we are 4 houses, but we're one Dolphin family. And so we have up there, the picture that you see is a picture of our boards. If you go around our school, you'll see there's about 4 of them up, 3 of them up, that each child has been sorted into a house. We have the House of Altruismo, the House of Amistad, Isabindi, and River. And so a lot of people, when they hear about it, they're like, oh, so it's kind of like Harry Potter. And so there is an aspect to that, but the really cool thing about our house system is that it has a behavior and SEL focus, and that students were, with PBAS, which we did in the past, kids would earn points and they'd get to shop in the store, and they still get to do that, but they have this sense of belonging now because they belong to a house. And not only are they working towards earning themselves points, but they're working towards earning points for their house. And so they have that sense of belonging. We have house meetings. They can see, they watch the board all the time to see which house is in the lead, which one has gotten the most points, because they're not just earning points for themselves, but they're earning points for everybody that's in their house. And so they all belong, they all have that sense of belonging, and it's been really, really powerful. The kids talk about it. They're always talking about it. We have our house day where we wear our house shirts on Mondays, and it's just been really exciting. But it's, and that came from the Ron Clark Academy. But it's not just about the SEL and the behavior focus that's helped. It's also about the academic focus, because we've shifted our thinking, and that as we're planning our lessons, we want to plan our lessons to think about who's that kid in the classroom that's our top. What does that kid need? And we plan our lessons based off of that student. And then we put scaffolds in place to bring everybody else along. And so that's what we're working on, really focusing on that Tier 1 instruction, making sure that it's rigorous, making sure that it's engaging, so that all of our students can be successful. And then along with that, we also have a family engagement piece. So we've had lots of fun. Each house has planned different events, and what was really cool is we gave it to the teachers, and we said, okay, because all the teachers are in houses as well, and they meet monthly in their houses. And at the beginning of the year, we said everybody's going to plan one evening event. And with that evening event, we like in the past, we'd always have our traditional STEM night or our traditional reading night, and which were great. But they really got into it, and they could use their creativity. And we've just had we're going to do a talent show this year, which we've never done before. We had a pumpkin and math night back in October. We did do our reading night, but it was based off of the House of River. So not only was it reading, but the House of River is all about the wolves and the night sky. And so they brought in people from WNC with their telescopes so the kids could see. It was just really cool. New ideas that we've never done before. And the turnout that we've had with our parents has just been amazing. Amistad did a multicultural night back in November, which was just, as always, just a packed house. And so it's been really, really exciting just seeing all of our families engaged. Our families are excited. We've had parents that we've had a hard time just getting engaged, and they're like, when they heard about it, they're like, oh, this is so cool, and they want to be a part of it. And so it's just that whole sense of belonging. It's been really exciting. And to help with that, and to help with our goals of having rigorous instruction and high engagement, we departmentalize, which is a little bit different than the other schools. And so we departmentalize all of our grade levels from kindergarten through 5th grade. So what that looks like is in each grade level, we have 2 teachers and they partner. And one teacher does math, science, and social studies, while the other teacher does the new ELA. And so then they switch kids. And the reason for that is because we wanted our teachers to take some things off of their plate so they could focus more on the content that they were teaching, and they could go deeper with it. Because with elementary, and you're teaching so many subject areas, oftentimes it gets to be very focused, surface level, because there's just so much. And so this gave them that opportunity to say, okay, I'm going to either really focus in on ELA, or I'm going to focus in on that math and really go deep and plan good lessons and with the rigor. And so we've been doing that for a couple of years now. We've shifted it a little bit. We used to have 4 areas. Now we've kind of moved it to 2 to meet the needs of our school. So just really excited about all the things that are happening at Bordewick. Hence the reason, because we've had so many changes, like, okay, it's time for us to take a look at our vision and mission and to update that. So that's the process that we're in right now, and we're just super excited. So invite anybody to come on over if you haven't done so. I know some of you have been over and spun the wheel and got sorted yourself into a house. So invite anyone that hasn't had that chance to do it to come on over and see what we're doing and get sorted into a house. So. I'm also going to talk about our next year's professional learning that all of us are doing. We are all just so excited and happy that you've given us this opportunity to really provide our teachers with what they need in order to, and all of our staff, in order to help student achievement. And so through that, next year, as we have that new calendar, we are all working on delivering high quality, engaging Tier 1 instruction through the PLC cycle. And really looking through that cycle, looking at like, what do we want to be learned? What are we planning? And then carrying that planning out and then looking at the data to see how we were successful or not successful, and having those conversations and saying, okay, what are our next steps? What do we need to do? What do we need to do for those students that didn't make the growth that we wanted? And what do we do for those that did, and how do we extend them? And then just continually completing that cycle throughout the year. And so we're really excited to be working through that cycle at all of our schools. We're also continuing to work on providing Tier 2 interventions for all of our students through the MTSS process, and then ensuring that collective ownership of every student by all staff. So it's not just the kids in my classroom, it's all the kids belong to all of us, and we're all working together. We're building that collective efficacy and learning from one another so that we can all be successful and our students can be successful. And then we also we're continuing our school-specific priorities to strengthen each site's unique culture. And thank you again so much. An open invitation to come see all the awesome things that we're doing in our schools. We'd love to have you come by. And if you have any questions.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you guys for the presentation and spending the evening with us this evening. Appreciate it. One thing I would like to mention, though, too, is the uniqueness that all of you bring to the table, but then at the same time, the collaboration. I think that is something that Carson City School District should be extremely proud of as well. You guys are all doing such wonderful things, and the offerings that you give to our students here in Carson City is phenomenal. The culture is great. I know we've all said it, and we all agree, Carson City School District is a great place. It's a great place to work, and it's a great place to educate your kid or your child, whatever you want to say. But so I thank you for that. But go ahead, we'll start with questions. Trustee Ramirez?
First of all, thank you so much for being here this late, and I'm so sorry that you have to get up early tomorrow morning. And I do want to ask a question on the parent engagement from, where was it? Fritch. Is it similar to the parent engagement that you have at Mark Twain? I know you have a parent, I'm sorry, not a parent engagement, parenting classes, parenting program, right? Is that how you worded it?
Parenting partners is what we call them.
Parenting
Yeah,
partners program. Thank you.
And so it's a little different than what has been at Mark Twain.
It's a little bit different.
So our
okay.
program is a national program that we have to purchase, that we brought in and give each parent a booklet, and they go through it and learn some new techniques and ideas. And so we talk to them about success in the future. So talking about what it means to graduate, talk to them about the process of setting goals at home with your kids and setting like chores together or routines at home, and know what it's like to be able to put that all together. And then the final outcome is that you see the success in your child at the end, but also as a family and working together as a family. So it's a really cool opportunity, and just to be able to see families working together. And I think they're building Unite, but also like a bond between them, so they can always know that there's in their family they can reach out. So we've always had families want to return to talk to other parents about how awesome the program is and what they learned from it. And so that's a really nice thing as well.
That sounds very exciting. Well,
and we do have, Lupe, we do have some Hispanic families that join us, and we bring in our translator and help them with that. And it's really fun to see they're a part of it as well. So every one of our classes, we've had some families of Latino that come in and help us and be a part of it.
Well,
So,
thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. And as President Walt said, you guys all bring something very unique. And so I was just curious if it was the same program that you have at Mark Twain. But I know that it's very successful too, based on what you have shared with me. So again, thank you all so much. I know that all of you guys are doing amazing work, and we appreciate you. And I'm sorry that we kept you this late here.
Trustee Roberts?
Yeah, no questions. Just thank you all. And as you were going down, I'm like, oh, I want to go to your school. Oh, I want to be a kid at your school. So every single one of you has something great to offer. And just thank you for the work and keep it up.
Trustee Peterson? Trustee Warner?
I had the opportunity to go to the Avid Showcase. I was very impressed. You had a panel of kids that we went and listened to, and they were outstanding. I've also had the privilege of going in and seeing one of your first grade reading classes at Boardwick, and I was amazed at what the students are learning and how they could answer the questions and everything. The only question I guess I would, and the Avid Diamond designation, I guess, I want people to understand that that's a yearly thing. So you have to apply for that yearly. And so thank you for the effort in that way. On the CKLA, the only thing I've heard is that I guess some people are questioning whether it gives the children enough hands-on reading. I know there's a lot of reading to the kids, but is there really enough for the kids really reading themselves?
There's two parts of CKLA, especially for our primary. They have the skills, and they have they read their as they have their whatever skill it is that they're learning. There's readers that go along with it, and so they go through and they do a lot of practicing reading there. And then also then within the knowledge, yes, it's late, sorry. I'm trying to get my words. In the knowledge part of it, there's a lot of section where they are developing that knowledge and developing the vocabulary and stuff where they're reading to the kids and teaching them and with a lot of science and social studies integrated, which has been so cool because I've heard more science and social studies, excitement coming from our kids this year with that I've ever had. And then they also have their parts that they read as well. They also have literature studies that they do and book studies. And so I think sometimes it's just different. It's aligned with that science of reading. And so whereas it's different, but they are still reading. We've heard too with writing, like, the writing is a little bit different, but it's just that sometimes I think because it's different doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. It's just, it's kind of getting used to what that new way is, the alignment.
I guess if that's the question, if everybody supports this new program, the answer would be yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnard, just to add to that, so each one of the lessons in the knowledge portion of it kind of build off of, starting from kindergarten all the way to fifth grade. So one of them was like our founding fathers. And to be able to listen to kindergartners talk about the development of the Declaration of Independence and how it was done, to first grade, seeing kids stand up in class say, I'm going to be Thomas Jefferson. I wrote the Declaration of Independence. But then seeing how it carries on to fifth grade. Even though this most recent one is the kids in kindergarten were learning about Mount Rushmore and the 4 presidents on Mount Rushmore. And every kindergartner could tell you facts about the president that was on Mount Rushmore. And I think that for kindergarten students to be able to do that and take pride in it, about the characteristics, and it was really funny as one of the things they had to write about was what are the qualities of a good president. And so they talked about the founding fathers, but also the 4 presidents on Mount Rushmore, and shared about what they want in a president. And so, not to take politically, but they looked at, say, our current president right now and comparing it, what it would be like. And so it was interesting, the discussion that kindergartners had regarding presidents of the past and our future and our current president. So it was kind of cool to see.
That is cool. Like I said, the first grade class I sat through, I was amazed at what they were learning and what they were able to answer. They're talking about verbs and nouns, and I didn't know that until 12th grade probably. I don't know.
Well, thank you. And I would encourage you all to, because, I mean, we don't want to take up too much more time, but to please reach out to us and let us know. And you can do us as a group, how best we can support you. It is going to be a tough time, and it's only going to continue to get tougher. And so really, I mean, we need to know, and, you know, you guys have the feet on the ground. We need to know it from you, how we can best support the work that you're doing and to continue to do the good work that you're doing. So please reach out. And we are here to support you, to support the students, and any activities that you have going on. If you could please let, sorry, I'm losing my voice right now, Dan Davis know, and then Dan lets us all know of what you're going on, like your reading nights, your STEM nights, all of that. So please, and then we'll try to attend as much as we can. Yeah. So thank you all, and good night. However, I have a proposal, so here we go. All right, so there's a bug. Got a bit of bug. So I've got a gnat right here beside me. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and close agenda item number 11 and move on to agenda item number 12. This is a discussion item. And so I'm going to actually ask our attorney if it is possible, and Christy, I'm not going to, but if it is possible, would it be okay if we have the recess item, it is just discussion and informational, that we ask Christy Perkins to present it, but then is it possible for the board then, any thoughts and suggestions that they have to the policy to be able to take into consideration by emailing staff, and then having staff bring back the policy as we have comments. I know you've heard from me already, and I believe you've heard from Trustee Roberts, comments that we've had. But if you did the presentation and then we leave it at that, we then email her our suggested edits, and then she brings it back.
Yeah, that's completely fine. It's just a first reading, so it's going to come back no matter what. You're free to just take the presentation, and then, yeah, it'll come back with those suggestions over email.
Yes, I guess I wasn't clear. So you will present, we will not discuss. And then we will email you our discussions and ask for you to bring it back.
Great. Good thing I stayed then. Just kidding. I'm Christy Perkins, for the record. I am the Director of MTSS, Student Engagement and Student Wellness. And today our presentation is really just on recess matters, supporting the whole child through daily physical activity. So the purpose of this presentation is really to highlight the benefits of recess in elementary schools, to look at NRS and NAC, which is the Nevada Administrative Code requirements, some approaches from our neighboring districts. And then we had on my presentation a first reading of Policy 260, that policy hasn't been looked at in about 10 years. And we just wanted to align that with our district wellness policy, as well as our MTSS multi-tiered system of supports framework, just to make sure it's aligned. So what is recess and why does it really matter? Recess is unstructured, student-directed physical activity during the school day. It is very distinct from physical education. It is a critical component of a balanced instructional day. It supports motor skill development, increases attention and on-task behavior. It improves classroom engagement. It builds cooperation, problem solving, and self-regulation, and it reduces stress and anxiety. The MTSS alignment here, and there's a bit of question of how does recess really tie into MTSS? And I know we've done a great deal of work, and you've heard from all of our elementary principals how much growth we've made in MTSS over the years, and really making sure we are responding to students' needs. And recess is a Tier 1 universal support for all students. Recess is a Tier 1 intervention. It is a support that all students have access to, and it's a critical part of their day. It is a preventative strategy. It is not a reward or a consequence. It supports self-regulation. executive functioning, and positive peer interactions. And our intention is 100% to keep recess a daily part of every elementary student's day, as it is crucial in the MTSS process and the work we've done in MTSS. So the NRS and NAC, just to clarify, NRS 388 requires a minimum number of minutes of instruction per school day or year, but recess is not defined as instructional time. Schools must fit recess within the master schedule without reducing required academic instructional minutes. So this kind of came about as Mr. Bringhurst was discussing the calendar and the proposed changes to the calendar. It was noted several times that Carson City has many more minutes than other districts of academic time in our calendar than surrounding districts. And Mr. Bringhurst at that time spoke of some of the reasons we had a bit more minutes was some policies that weren't exactly in alignment, such as our recess policy, and I'll come to the next slide in a minute here with PE and other things that do extend our day a bit, and some of our policies aren't aligned there. NRS also requires districts to adopt a local wellness policy, but not a recess policy. So of course, Carson City, we have a very well-versed wellness policy, Policy 245. I just have a brief snippet of there. That is, we are committed to providing school environments that promote and protect children's health, well-being, and ability to learn by supporting healthy food choices, quality social, emotional, and behavioral development and physical activity for its students in Carson City School District, to teach families that good sleeping habits are necessary for learning to occur, engage students, parents, teachers, food service professionals, health professionals, and other interested community members in developing and reviewing its wellness policy and regulation annually. So that is what NRS requires that we must do, which of course we're in compliance with those requirements. In Nevada law does not mandate a required number of recess minutes, a specific recess structure, or prohibit the use of withholding recess. So that's what the law tells us. So I just wanted to go over a few items we've learned from our neighboring districts. And of course, we're our own district and we get the ability to make our own policies, as I've just explained, surrounding this. Many surrounding districts do not currently have physical education as part of the student's weekly schedule, including Washoe County no longer has a full-time physical education teacher in elementary schools. That is different than Carson City. We are very proud of our wellness policy, and we know that is very important for students to have that activity, movement, and we do have licensed PE teachers in all of our elementary schools. Also, many surrounding districts have board and wellness policies that state 30 minutes of recess a day as a guide for scheduling at the elementary level. Our wellness policy also says 30 minutes of activity a day. That is our adopted policy in Carson City for wellness. 62% of elementary schools in Washoe County reported recess is scheduled for 100 minutes a week, which would be about 20 minutes a day. That is not all schools, and it does vary by grade level. At the earlier grades, they clearly have more minutes than at some of the 4th and 5th grade levels, but that was the most recent statistic we could find. So in Carson, as I stated, we are very proud of our practices that we have in place and the work we've done with MTSS. We know as part of really strong Tier 1 instruction, our educators have movement built into their lessons and their day as part of those rigorous activities. We've seen that across all of our sites with all of the curriculum. It is more engaging hands-on, and our teachers have been very responsive of that. As I've also stated, we have regularly scheduled physical education, 45 minutes once a week, in addition to a bonus lesson once a month for all elementary students. So that equates to 225 minutes per month of physical education that we have scheduled in our elementary schools. We also currently, with our policy, we have daily scheduled recess time of 3 15-minute recesses, equating to 45 minutes per day, 225 minutes per week, or 900 minutes per month. The intention of getting some feedback from our elementary administrators here was to really look at providing our elementary principals some flexibility in scheduling. It becomes very difficult to fit all of these moving parts and pieces in when you are working on making sure they have their PE, they have the music, they have English and math and science and interventions and your MTSS work and your recess. And the way the policy is worded, it is a bit restrictive to 3 15-minute pieces there. And that's where this conversation came from, to offer potentially the option for our elementary principals to be a little more flexible in the scheduling when they're trying to make all these moving parts with staffing and overlaps work, and making sure we're also all being compliant with our policy, as right now it's not being implemented the same way at all of our sites. So really, we're not going to go into proposed updates to Policy 260 at this time. However, I just wanted to leave you with Nevada law requires us to support student wellness and physical activity, but it leaves the structure of recess up to local school boards. This gives us the opportunity and the responsibility to define practices that best support our students' academic and social emotional success.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, so at this time, we will not be, this is presentation only of the, and thank you for the presentation, greatly appreciate it. And we'll look forward to revisiting the policy. I encourage all board members to please reach out to Ms. Perkins with your suggestions, edits, however you would do so, as well. Reach out, give your feedback, and then the policy, and please take in mind the public comment that was received this evening as well. And then you will be asked to bring the policy back to us, whether or not you make edits to the one that was in the public packet or not. We'll look forward to seeing that at a future date.
Can I add one piece that I was intending to talk about in the policy, but it wasn't in the slide because I was going to speak to it there. As informational, when you are reviewing that policy, you'll see I have some tier 2, tier 3 supports built into the policy. And I really want to say that is to layer on supports. We kept the verbiage of not removing it for punitive consequences. A student doesn't bring a pencil, can't go to recess, absolutely punitive. But really our MTSS structures show us that layering on additional supports for students who may need more structure in their day, they might need that restorative work that is aligned with our restorative district plan of how to play safely, how to make sure you are interacting with your peers in an appropriate way while still gaining that access to that outside recess time.
Thank you. All right.
Can I ask a question? You had mentioned like in consulting with the elementary principals, that this felt like an appropriate move. Is this a move that is supported by all of the elementary school principals?
Right now, though, we're going to keep it, she's going to bring the policy back at this point. All right?
The other thing I want to clarify is when it comes back, it'll be for discussion.
Yep,
Still
still discussion only. And it will be a first reading and then second from there, but discussion only.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I
Well,
have
the
a
policy
question
itself.
For you then, the questions that you've encouraged the board to send to ask, will the rest of the board have access to what questions are being asked and what her replies are?
Yeah, we could, just as long as we work with our attorney on getting that information shared, correct?
Yeah, you'll be able to just, everyone's comments over email, you'll be able to discuss those at the next meeting when they're brought back. I don't know about sharing emails amongst each other because of the open meeting law, but you'll certainly be able to discuss all the edits and comments that you want at the discussion.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. All right, we're going to end, we tabled 13, so we'll move on to agenda item number 14, approval of the consent agenda. This is for possible action. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion, so moved.
Second? Motion by trustee Varner, second by trustee Ramirez. Public comment? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item number 15, informational items for discussion only. Did everybody have an opportunity to review? Any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 16. This is for future agenda topics. Does anybody have any future agenda topics?
Could we request a presentation on Jumpstart?
Yes. Are you noted? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, also, I would like, I was wondering if we could possibly get the city, a representative from the city to give us a presentation regarding the growth and development and how the schools fit into the city's master plan. If that's possible. I don't know who would arrange that, but if that's possible, I would like that to be on the agenda, on an agenda item. Okay, anything else? All right, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.